welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The house had been vacant for years, but the closet in the guest room was the only thing that looked truly untouched. The wooden slats of the door were covered in layers of thick nails, hammered deep into the frame as if someone had been desperate to keep it closed. The air smelled of stale wood and old fabric, but beneath it was something sour, something decayed. As I ran my fingers along the chipped paint, I swore I felt the faintest tremor, like something inside had pressed against the door. I should have left it alone. That's what any rational person would have done. But there was something about that closet that pulled at my curiosity like a hook sunk deep. When I purchased the old house at auction, the real estate agent never mentioned it. The paperwork described a minor storage area requiring repair in the upstairs guest room. Minor repair was an understatement. My first night in the house was quiet, almost unnervingly so. The kind of quiet that makes you aware of every creak, every shift of the foundation, every whisper of wind against the window panes. I slept downstairs, far from that nailed-shut door, but still I dreamed of it. In my dreams I heard scratching soft at first, then frantic, desperate. I woke drenched in sweat, my heart pounding against my ribs. During breakfast, I convinced myself it was just an old house settling, playing tricks on my mind. Yet I found myself drawn back to that room, standing before the closet door, studying the irregular pattern of nails. Some looked ancient, rusted through decades of neglect. Others seemed newer, as if added by different hands over generations. Who had been so determined to keep this closet sealed, and what exactly were they keeping in or out? I decided to document everything. If nothing else, it would make an interesting story to tell friends once I'd renovated the place. I took photos of the door, close-ups of the nail patterns, and the strange dark stains that seeped from beneath it into the floorboards. When I reviewed the images on my camera, I noticed something peculiar. In 3 consecutive photos, the dark stain appeared to have shifted position slightly, extending further across the wooden floor. I flipped between the images repeatedly, convincing myself it was just a trick of the light. That night I set up a voice recorder near the door, not because I truly expected to capture anything. I told myself it was merely for the sake of thoroughness. I slept fitfully, waking several times from dreams I couldn't quite remember, only the lingering sense of being watched remaining. In the morning, I retrieved the recorder. For several minutes, there was nothing but the ambient sounds of an old house. Then faintly, something that might have been scratching, and beneath that, something that might have been breathing ragged, wet breathing. I replayed that section, increasing the volume until the sound filled my ears. It wasn't my imagination. Something was behind that door. I considered calling someone, a previous owner perhaps, or even a medium who specialized in house clearings, but pride kept me from it. This was my house now, and whatever mystery lay behind that door, I would solve it myself. I began researching the history of the property, digging through local records and speaking with neighbors. No one knew much, except that the house had changed hands frequently, with no owner staying longer than a year or 2. An elderly woman down the street mentioned something about bad dreams that plagued anyone who slept in the upstairs rooms, but she wouldn't elaborate further. The library archives yielded more concrete information. A newspaper clipping from decades ago mentioned the disappearance of a child from the house. The article was brief, noting only that the child was never found and the family moved away shortly after. Another, older clipping referenced a fire that had destroyed part of the upper floor, though the house had been rebuilt exactly as before. When I returned home that evening, something felt different. The air inside was heavy, almost humid, carrying that same sour smell, but stronger now. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step creaking beneath my weight. The door to the guest room stood open, though I distinctly remembered closing it. The nailed closet waited, silent and imposing, but something had changed. Several of the nails around the edges had worked themselves loose, protruding from the wood as if pushed from within. The dark stain beneath the door had spread further, reaching almost to the center of the room. I approached cautiously, my heart hammering. As I drew closer, I heard it a soft, rhythmic tapping from inside. Tap, 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 then silence, then again tap, tap, tap. "Hello," I whispered, feeling foolish immediately after. Whatever was making that sound wasn't human, couldn't be human. The tapping stopped abruptly. Then came a new sound, a slow, deliberate scraping, as if something was dragging itself across the floor inside the closet, moving closer to the door. I stepped back, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I was. The scraping stopped. Then came a knock, not the tentative tapping from before, but a single, forceful thud against the inside of the door that made the wood bulge outward slightly before settling back. I fled downstairs, spent the night in my car, keys in the ignition, ready to drive away at any moment. But where would I go? This was my home now. I'd invested everything I had in it. In the morning light, my fears seemed childish. I returned to the house determined to end this mystery once and for all. I gathered tools, a crowbar, a hammer, protective gloves, and headed upstairs. The guest room door was closed again. The air was frigid inside, despite the warm day outside. The dark stain had receded, now just a small puddle beneath the closet door. Several more nails had worked loose, hanging precariously from their holes. I approached with the crowbar, my breath fogging in the cold air. As I slid the metal edge beneath the first nail head, I heard it again, that wet, ragged breathing, now right on the other side of the door, as if someone had pressed their mouth against the wood. I hesitated, crowbar poised. "What are you?" I whispered. The breathing stopped, then came a voice, if you could call it that. It was more like the memory of a voice, thin and distant, as if traveling from somewhere very far away. "Let me out," it whispered. The voice was neither male nor female, neither adult nor child. It was ancient and newborn at once. "I've been waiting for you." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the cold air. "Who are you?" "I am you," the voice replied. "I am what you become when the nails come out." My hand trembled on the crowbar. I should walk away, call someone, burn the house down perhaps. But I couldn't move, couldn't look away from the door that now seemed to pulse slightly, as if breathing. "Every house has a heart," the voice continued, now sounding closer, as if it had found cracks in the wood to seep through. "Every heart needs blood to beat. Your blood, open the door." I realized I was crying, hot tears streaming down my face. "No," I managed to say. Something slammed against the door from inside, hard enough to crack one of the wooden slats. A thin, dark fluid began to ooze through the crack, viscous and gleaming in the dim light. "Then I will come to you," the voice said, now sounding almost gleeful. I backed away, dropped the crowbar with a clatter. Another slam against the door, harder this winter. More cracks appeared, more dark fluid seeping through. Among the cracks, I caught glimpses of something moving, something that glistened wetly, something with too many angles. I turned to run, but my foot slipped in the dark puddle that had spread across the floor. I fell hard, my head striking the edge of the door frame. The world swam, darkness encroaching at the edges of my vision. As consciousness faded, I heard the closet door splinter, felt something cold and wet drag across my cheek, smelled that sour, decayed scent now overwhelming. "Welcome home," the voice whispered, now sounding exactly like my own. I woke in my bed downstairs, sunlight streaming through the windows. For a blissful moment, I thought it had all been a nightmare. Then I noticed the dark stains on my hands under my fingernails. My clothes reeked of that sour smell. I rushed upstairs, heart pounding. The guest room door stood open. Inside, the closet door hung from one hinge, the nails scattered across the floor. The closet itself was empty, just a small, ordinary space with bare walls. But as I turned to leave, I caught my reflection in the bedroom window. I looked the same, yet somehow wrong, as if my features had been removed and reassembled slightly out of alignment. When I blinked, my reflection blinked a moment later. Now I understand why the previous owners nailed that door shut, why they fled. The house feels different now, warmer, as if pleased. At night, I hear movement in the walls, soft and secretive. Sometimes I wake to find myself standing before mirrors, watching my reflection that moves just out of sync with me. I've begun buying nails, lots of nails. I'm going to seal that closet again more thoroughly this time, but deep down I know it's too late. Whatever was trapped inside is now free, or perhaps I'm the one who's trapped now. And sometimes when I speak, my voice sounds strange to my ears, thin and distant, as if coming from somewhere very far away. Story 2, it happened in the grocery store. I was reaching for a carton of milk when I caught a glimpse of him in the freezer glass, same eyes, same scar on the cheek, same hesitant expression. My stomach twisted as I turned, expecting some cruel trick of the reflection. But he was real, standing there staring back at me. He smiled, a slow, knowing grin before walking away. The air smelled faintly of cold plastic and spilled coffee, but suddenly I couldn't breathe. Because I realized something, I had never smiled like that in my life. I abandoned my shopping cart and followed him. My footsteps echoed against the linoleum floor as I weaved through aisles, catching brief glimpses of him, always just turning a corner, always just out of reach. The fluorescent lights above buzzed with an intensity I'd never noticed before, casting shadows that seemed to move independently of the shoppers passing through them. When I finally burst through the automatic doors into the parking lot, he was gone. A cold wind carried the scent of wet asphalt and something vaguely metallic. I stood there, scanning every face, every car, every movement, but found nothing. Just as I convinced myself I'd imagined it all, my phone vibrated in my pocket. An unknown number. The text message contained a single image, me, standing exactly where I was, taken from somewhere across the parking lot. I spun around, searching for anyone holding a phone, anyone watching me. The message disappeared when I tried to open it again. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak in my apartment, every shadow cast by passing headlights seemed to carry intent. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the encounter. The same eyes, the same scar. My scar, the result of a childhood accident I rarely discussed. No costume or makeup could replicate it so perfectly. I began documenting everything. I bought a journal and wrote detailed accounts of what happened. I took photos of myself daily, examining them for any changes. I recorded the sounds in my apartment at night when the world grew quiet and the subtle noises became more pronounced. A faint tapping behind the walls, the whisper of movement when nothing was moving. At first, friends noticed nothing wrong with me, but as days passed, their expressions changed. They would study my face a beat too long during conversations. They would ask if I was feeling well, if something was different. "You seem off," my coworker said during lunch, "like you're not quite yourself." I laughed it off, but later in the bathroom mirror, I noticed what he meant. Something about my reflection seemed subtly wrong. My smile didn't quite reach my eyes. My posture was slightly different. The way I tilted my head when examining myself, a gesture I'd never made before. I started avoiding mirrors. The second encounter happened at the coffee shop near my apartment. I was waiting for my order when I felt it, that peculiar awareness of being watched. He sat in the corner, wearing clothes identical to mine, reading a newspaper. Same haircut, same watch, same everything. This time I approached directly. The other patrons blurred into background noise as I moved toward him. He lowered the newspaper slowly, revealing that face, my face, wearing an expression of amused expectation. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice sounding foreign even to myself. He regarded me with curious detachment, head tilted slightly. "You know exactly who I am," he replied. His voice was mine, but smoother, more confident. "What do you want?" "Nothing you haven't already given me." Before I could respond, the barista called my name. I turned instinctively, and when I looked back, he was gone. His coffee cup remained still steaming. I touched it warm, real. Under the cup was a small key. That night I found what the key opened. A storage unit I had no memory of renting, filled with items I recognized as mine, but I had never put them there. Clothes I owned, books from my shelves, photographs of me, but in places I'd never been, with people I'd never met. My handwriting on papers I'd never written. Most disturbing was a journal identical to the one I'd recently purchased, filled with entries dating back months before my encounter at the grocery store. The handwriting was unmistakably mine, yet I had no memory of writing any of it. The final entry read, "He's beginning to notice. Soon he'll come looking for answers. When he does, the transfer will be complete." Sleep became impossible after that. I stayed awake for days, documenting everything, setting up recording devices in my apartment. The recordings revealed nothing unusual at first. Then, reviewing footage from the third night, I noticed something. During a brief moment when I had fallen asleep at my desk, my body moved differently. I stood up with fluid grace, walked to the bathroom, and stared into the mirror. The smile that spread across my sleeping face was his smile, the one I'd never made before. My hand reached out, touching the glass, and the reflection rippled like water. The next morning, my neighbor asked about my friend, who had left the building late at night. "What friend?" I asked. "You know, the guy who looks just like you, your twin brother." "I have no brother." The walls of my apartment began to feel thin, as if something pressed against them from the other side. The air grew dense, carrying a scent I couldn't identify but somehow recognized. When I touched certain objects, my phone, my keys, the doorknob, they felt unnaturally cold, then unnaturally warm. I set traps for him, changed the locks, installed cameras, slept with the lights on when I slept at all. But I could feel him getting closer, slipping through the cracks in my defenses, in my perception, in my memory. Friends stopped calling. The few who saw me would back away, making excuses. "You're not acting like yourself," they'd say. The irony was bitter. One night I woke to find myself standing in front of the bathroom mirror. I had no memory of getting up. The reflection showed me, but somehow incomplete, as if parts of my face were fading, becoming transparent. I reached up to touch my cheek, and my hand passed through a portion of it, meeting no resistance. I wasn't disappearing, I was being replaced. The next day, I found a USB drive in my pocket that I didn't recognize. The single video file it contained showed me sleeping in my bed while another me him sat on the edge, watching. As I watched the footage, he slowly turned to face the camera and smiled. "Do you understand now?" my voice asked from behind me. I spun around. He stood there more solid than before, more present. Meanwhile, I could see the outline of my furniture through my own hands. "You're not replacing me," I said, finally understanding. "You already did. I'm the echo." He nodded almost sympathetically. "Parts of you were useful, your memories, your connections, your place in the world, but you were using them all wrong." "What are you?" "A better version, the version that should have been." I lunged at him then, driven by desperate self-preservation. My hands passed through him at first, but then connected solid, real. We crashed into the wall, knocking pictures to the floor. The glass shattered. I felt blood on my face as we struggled. In the fight, something strange happened. Where our skin touched, the boundaries between us blurred. Memories flooded my mind, memories that weren't mine. Memories of darkness and hunger and watching, always watching, from behind reflective surfaces. Memories of waiting for someone weak enough, lonely enough, distracted enough. I pushed him away, but something had changed. I felt more substantial. Parts of him had transferred to me in our contact. He noticed too. His form flickered slightly, like a faltering projection. "You can't stop it," he said, but doubt had crept into his voice. "The process has gone too far." I looked down at my hands, solid again. "Maybe for you." That night I didn't run, I didn't hide. Instead, I removed every reflective surface from my apartment. Mirrors, metal, glass, anything that could show a reflection I covered or destroyed. Then I waited. He came as I knew he would, more desperate now, less substantial. We fought again, and with each contact, I reclaimed pieces of myself while his form grew more transparent. By morning, the apartment was in ruins. Blood-real blood stained the floors and walls, but I stood alone, whole again. Mostly. Sometimes now, when I pass reflective surfaces, I catch a glimpse of him watching. Not from within the reflection, but from somewhere behind it, beyond it. The smile is gone. Now his expression matches mine, wary, vigilant, afraid. I still keep the journal, I still document everything. Because I know the truth now. He didn't choose me by accident. He chose me because I had a weakness, a void, something missing that allowed him in. And if it happened once, it could happen again. Each night before sleeping, I whisper to the darkness, "I see you watching. I know you're waiting. But understand this, I'm watching you too." And somewhere from behind the veil of reality, I feel him listening. Story 3, it was only after moving in that I noticed it. At night, the house made a sound, a soft, humming melody that vibrated through the walls. Not the pipes, not the wind, a voice. It never formed words, just a low, rhythmic song that made my skin crawl. The air carried the scent of old wood and rain, heavy and clinging. I tried ignoring it, until one night when the melody changed and I heard my name. I sat up in bed, heart pounding against my ribs. The The darkness pressed in from all sides, and that voice, that impossible voice, continued its song, my name woven into its fabric like a thread of gold in black velvet. I fumbled for my phone, recording the sound with trembling fingers. When I played it back in the morning light, there was nothing but static. The house was old, built sometime in the previous century, all warm wood and weathered stone. The realtor had called it charming and full of character, words I now understood as warnings disguised as selling points. During daylight hours, it remained silent and still, almost apologetic for its nighttime behavior. I began keeping a journal. Night 1, the singing my name. Night 2, silence, blessed silence that had me questioning my sanity. Night 3, the singing returned louder, more insistent, no words but somehow communicating urgency. I pressed my ear against the wall, feeling the vibration against my skin. The plaster was cool to the touch, then suddenly warm, almost feverish. My sleep became fragmented, broken into pieces by the nightly concerts. I searched the house meticulously, looking for speakers, hidden devices, anything that could explain the phenomenon. In the attic, I found nothing but dust and abandoned furniture. In the basement, only darkness and the smell of damp earth. Yet something drew me to the northwestern corner of the cellar, where the floor felt different underfoot, harder, more resonant. "Who are you?" I asked the empty air one night, voice barely above a whisper. The singing paused, a pregnant silence falling over the house before resuming, the melody shifting to something that resembled a response. I began recording everything, filling my phone with audio files that captured nothing but my own breathing and occasional environmental sounds. I invited a friend over. "Do you hear that?" I asked as we sat in the living room, night pressing against the windows. "Hear what?" she replied, looking concerned. "The house is quiet, too quiet actually. It's kind of unsettling." She couldn't hear it. The realization hit me with cold certainty. The house was singing for me alone. After she left, the melody changed again, becoming almost mocking. I slammed my hand against the wall in frustration, and the singing stopped abruptly. Then it returned, softer, almost apologetic. "What do you want?" I shouted into the empty hallway. The lights flickered once, twice, and the smell of old wood intensified, mingling with something new, something that reminded me of burnt sugar and copper. Sleep deprivation began taking its toll. During work calls, I found myself drifting, hearing faint echoes of the nightly melody in the background of conference rooms and coffee shops. I started wearing headphones to bed, blasting white noise to drown out the singing. It worked for 2 nights before the melody somehow layered itself over the static, weaving through it like water through sand. I discovered an old box of photographs in a kitchen cabinet, hidden behind rarely used cookware. Black and white images of previous residents, their faces solemn, eyes fixed on something beyond the camera. In one photo, a family stood in front of the house, and a blur in an upstairs window caught my attention. When I squinted, the blur almost resembled a face, mouth open as if in song. The following night, I awoke to find myself standing in the basement, fingers tracing patterns on the peculiar section of floor that had caught my attention before. I had no memory of leaving my bed. The singing surrounded me, coming from everywhere and nowhere, and for the first time, I felt it resonating within my own chest, as if my lungs and vocal cords were responding to it. I began tapping on the floor, following some instinct I couldn't name. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, pause. The singing matched my rhythm, and something shifted beneath my feet. A seam appeared in the concrete, previously invisible in the dim light. I pried at it with my fingers until they bled, then retrieved a screwdriver from upstairs, working the edge until a section of the floor came loose. Beneath it lay a small cavity, and within that cavity, a box made of dark, polished wood. The singing reached a crescendo as I lifted it, my hands shaking with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Inside the box was a single item, a small mechanical music box, tarnished with age. I wound the key, and a familiar melody played, the same one that had been haunting my nights. But this wasn't the source of the singing. I knew that with bone-deep certainty. The music box was a key, not the lock. That night I placed the music box on my nightstand and waited. The house remained silent until the stroke of midnight, when both the walls and the box began to sing in unison. I wound the music box again and again, letting its melody join with the voice of the house. Something changed. The walls seemed to breathe. The air grew thick with scents I couldn't identify, bitter herbs, fresh-turned soil, something metallic and ancient. My vision blurred at the edges, darkness creeping in until all I could see was the music box, gleaming in a light that had no source. When I blinked, I wasn't alone. A figure stood at the foot of my bed, indistinct and wavering like heat rising from pavement. It had no face that I could discern, just a void where features should be, and that void was singing. I should have screamed, I should have run. Instead, I found myself singing back, my voice joining the melody in perfect harmony, though I had never learned the tune. Words formed on my lips in a language I didn't know, ancient and flowing. The figure moved closer, its form becoming more solid with each note. We sang together, the house vibrating with the force of our duet until the figure extended what might have been a hand. I took it, my flesh meeting something neither solid nor insubstantial. Cold fire raced up my arm, and knowledge poured into my mind. This house had never been just a house. It was a threshold, a doorway, and I had been chosen to open it. The singing reached a final, perfect note that seemed to hang in the air forever. Then silence fell, heavy and complete. The figure was gone. The music box was closed, but something had changed. I had changed. I still live in the house. It still sings at night, but now I understand the words. I sing back, our voices mingling in the darkness. Sometimes I see the figure again, more distinct each time. Sometimes I see others behind it, waiting. The house chose me for a reason. I am learning that reason note by note, night by night. My voice grows stronger with practice. The threshold grows weaker. Soon I will sing the final verse and the door will open fully. What waits on the other side I cannot say, but I know this: they have been waiting a very long time to come through, and they are hungry for more than just song. My friends worry about me. They say I look different, sound different. They say my eyes reflect light in strange ways when the sun sets. They say I hum melodies that make them feel uneasy, that make their skin prickle with goosebumps. They have no idea what's coming. Neither do I, not fully, but I will be ready when it arrives. The house has taught me how to listen, how to sing, how to open the way. And when you hear a strange melody late at night, when you feel the walls around you vibrate with an impossible voice, when you catch the scent of old wood and something else, something ancient and patient, remember this. Some songs are not meant to be heard by human ears. Some songs change you forever. Story 4, the apartment was cheap, old, nothing special. But on my first night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I noticed it, a single perfect handprint, too high for anyone to reach, pressed deep into the paint. I got up, turned on the light, and examined it closer. The edges were crisp, the fingers impossibly long. The smell of something faintly metallic lingered in the air, and as I reached up, a drop of water, warm and thick, fell onto my forehead. I wiped it away, inspecting my fingers in the dim light. Not water, something darker, more viscous. I told myself it must be old pipe leakage, perhaps rust-colored water from the unit above. The rational explanation felt hollow even as I formed it in my mind. Sleep eluded me that night. The handprint seemed to hover in my vision even with eyes closed, like an afterimage burned into my retinas. The next morning I convinced myself I had imagined the strangeness of it all. Lack of sleep, stress from moving, an overactive imagination, plenty of reasonable explanations existed. I decided to document it, if only to prove to myself there was nothing unusual. Taking my phone, I stood on the bed and snapped several photos. The images revealed nothing special, just a handprint in faded paint, likely left by a previous tenant or maintenance worker. Yet when I zoomed in on the digital image, something caught my attention. The whorls and lines didn't resemble human fingerprints. They formed intricate, symmetrical patterns, almost like tiny written characters. The following night, I found myself staring up at it again. Something had changed. The handprint appeared deeper, as if it were pressing further through the ceiling. The fingertips now created small depressions that hadn't existed before. I took more photos, comparing them to yesterday's. The difference was subtle but undeniable. I contacted the landlord, who seemed unconcerned. "Previous tenant probably left it," he said dismissively. "I can send someone to paint over it next week." That night the sound began a soft scratching directly above the handprint, faint, rhythmic, like fingernails gently dragging across the surface. I told myself it was just the building settling, old pipes contracting in the cold, perhaps mice. Yet the sound seemed focused, intentional, always centered above that singular mark. I pressed a glass against the ceiling and listened. The scratching became clearer, more defined. It carried a pattern: 3 quick scrapes, pause, 2 long drags, pause, repeat. A code, a message, a warning. My mind raced between possibilities. The smell intensified too, that metallic tang now unmistakable. I recognized it finally. Blood. Ancient, dried blood has a distinct odor, one that lingers in the nostrils and coats the tongue. My apartment reeked of it, strongest beneath the handprint. I became obsessed with documenting the phenomenon. I set up a camera to record the ceiling overnight. I took daily measurements of the handprint's depth. I researched the building's history, discovering nothing remarkable: no violent deaths, no disappearances, nothing to explain what was happening. The recordings captured something the naked eye missed. Each night, the fingers of the handprint moved ever so slightly. Not dramatically, just millimeters, but enough to be measured. They seemed to be closing, slowly curling into a fist. My sleep deteriorated. Nightmares plagued me, dreams of being pulled upward through the ceiling into a dark space where countless hands reached for me. I began hearing whispers emanating from the handprint, unintelligible at first, then forming half words, phrases just beyond comprehension. One night, unable to sleep, I crafted a makeshift ladder from furniture to reach the handprint. I needed to touch it, to understand its texture, to prove its physicality. My fingers hovered inches away when the scratching suddenly intensified. The ceiling bulged downward, the handprint protruding like something was pushing against it from above. I jumped back as another drop fell thicker than before, landing with an audible splat on my floor. In the dim light, its deep crimson color was unmistakable. Fresh blood. The next morning, I examined the spot where the drop had landed. Nothing remained, no stain, no residue. Had I imagined it? My phone showed the photos I'd taken, evidence that something was occurring, yet my rational mind struggled against acceptance. I began leaving notes beneath the handprint. questions written on paper, placed under the mysterious mark before I left for work. Who are you? What do you want? Are you trapped? I never expected answers, yet returning home, I found the papers moved, folded into intricate patterns. No writing appeared on them, but the folds themselves formed symbols, elaborate origami-like constructions impossible to recreate with human hands. My research deepened. I interviewed neighbors, asking if they experienced anything unusual. Most avoided my questions, hurrying back into their apartments. One elderly woman grabbed my arm as I turned to leave. "It chooses one tenant per generation," she whispered. "It marks them first, then calls to them. The handprint is just the beginning." She refused to elaborate, slamming her door before I could question further. That night I awoke to a strange sensation on my hand. Looking down in the darkness, I saw marks appearing on my palm, red lines forming slowly, burning into my skin like acid. By morning, my palm bore an exact mirror image of the ceiling handprint, scaled to my size. The pain was constant, throbbing. No amount of washing removed the mark. I wore gloves to hide it, but beneath the fabric I felt it pulsing, as if connected to something else, something waiting. The scratching evolved into knocking, deliberate, patterned. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, pause, tap, 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 tap. The sequence repeated nightly, growing louder. Objects in my apartment began to move. Small things at first, keys relocated, books rearranged, pictures tilted. Then furniture shifted inches overnight, always oriented toward the handprint, as if being drawn toward it. Sleep became impossible. During brief moments of unconsciousness, I experienced vivid visions, memories that weren't mine. A man building something in this space before it was apartments, his hands covered in a dark substance, his movements frantic, determined, hiding something within the walls, within the ceiling, something precious, something alive. I began to notice changes in myself. My reflection showed subtle differences, fingers slightly elongated, eyes deeper set, skin paler. The mark on my palm darkened, spreading slowly up my wrist. When I pressed my hand against surfaces, it left residue, a faint outline that faded within minutes. The knocking became a constant companion. Following a complex pattern I began to understand instinctively. My marked hand would twitch in response, fingers moving independently of my will, answering the call from above. One night, driven by desperation and fascination, I pressed my marked palm directly against the ceiling handprint. The connection was electric, immediate. The ceiling seemed to dissolve beneath my touch, becoming soft, membrane-like. My hand sank into it, accepted by whatever waited beyond. A rush of images flooded my mind, a history of previous tenants, standing where I stood, reaching up as I was. Their faces contorted in fear and wonder, their bodies eventually pulled upward, absorbed, transformed. I tried to pull away but couldn't. My hand had merged with the ceiling, becoming part of it. Panic surged through me as I felt a pull, gentle at first, then insistent. Something wanted me to join it. With my free hand, I grabbed my phone, documenting what was happening. The camera revealed what my eyes couldn't perceive, a face pressing down around my hand, features distorted, mouth open in what might have been agony or ecstasy. The pull strengthened, my feet lifted slightly off the floor, my body suspended by the connection between my palm and the ceiling. The knocking stopped, replaced by a low, harmonic hum that vibrated through my bones. With tremendous effort, I wrenched myself free, falling backward onto the floor. My palm burned intensely, the mark now a deep wound, edges precise, as if cut by a surgeon. The sealing handprint had changed too. Now it matched my hand exactly, no longer the elongated shape it had been. I packed essential belongings that night, determined to leave. Yet as I reached the door, an overwhelming sensation of loss washed over me. The thought of leaving felt like abandoning a part of myself. The connection had altered something fundamental within me. I remain here still. The sealing handprint has multiplied, dozens now spread across the surface, each unique, each calling to me in different ways. My own hands have developed matching marks on both palms now. When I press them against the wall, I can hear whispers from adjacent apartments, feel the heartbeats of neighbors through the plaster. I understand now what's happening. This building isn't just a structure, it's a threshold, a meeting place between realities. The handprints are points of contact, attempts at communication. Something ancient wants to connect, to merge worlds together, and it has chosen me as its conduit. Each night I reach up and place my hands against the marks. Each night they accept me more readily, pull me further in. Soon I will go completely. Part of me fears this inevitability, but another part, a growing part, welcomes it. The apartment was cheap, old, nothing special. But what it contains, what it connects to, that is beyond value. If you move in after me, you'll notice them too. The handprints, mine will be among them now. And when you reach up, curious and afraid, I'll be waiting on the other side, ready to welcome you home. Story 5. I stepped outside one morning and stopped cold. My backyard was wrong. The fence was missing. The trees were taller, twisted, their roots bulging from the ground in strange patterns. The air smelled damp, thick with something herbal and unfamiliar. I turned back to my house, my breath catching. The back door was still there, but the windows had changed, larger now, framed in dark wood. It wasn't my house anymore, and someone was standing inside. A figure motionless behind the warped glass, watching me, not moving away when our eyes met, but not approaching either, just watching, waiting. I blinked and they were gone. My fingers trembled as I reached for the door handle. It felt wrong in my palm, colder, heavier, the metal engraved with intricate patterns that pressed into my skin. The door swung open with a deep, resonant creak that my door had never made before. Inside, everything was almost right, almost. The kitchen had the same layout, but the countertops were dark stone instead of laminate. My coffee cup sat where I'd left it, still steaming, but it was now ceramic with hairline cracks spreading across its surface. The liquid inside was darker, thicker. I moved through the house, my footsteps echoing differently on floors that seemed both familiar and wrong. The scent of my morning coffee was replaced with something earthy and bitter. Every room felt slightly larger, the ceilings imperceptibly higher. Family photos hung in their usual places, but the faces were subtly altered as a shade darker, smiles stretched just a bit too wide. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded muffled, as if the air itself was denser here. No answer came, yet I could feel the house listening. The walls seemed to absorb my words rather than echo them. I returned to the kitchen and picked up a notepad. I needed to document this to maintain some grip on reality. As I wrote, describing the changes, I noticed the pen leaving marks darker than they should be. The ink spread slightly into the paper, like tiny roots seeking purchase. When I looked up again, the backyard had changed further. The twisted trees had moved closer to the house. I was certain of it. One now stood directly outside the kitchen window, its bark rippling with patterns that resembled faces when viewed from the corner of my eye. For days I documented everything. I took photos with my phone, but when I reviewed them, they showed only blurred landscapes as if captured during an earthquake. I recorded audio descriptions, but upon playback, my voice sounded increasingly distorted, with faint whispers overlapping my words. Each morning I hoped to wake and find everything restored to normal. Each morning I found more changes. The backyard expanded, revealing paths winding between the twisted trees that led to areas hidden in shadow. The house evolved in subtler ways, room dimensions shifting slightly, doorways appearing narrower, stairs creaking under my weight in rhythmic patterns that almost resembled words. I began to map the changes, pinning notes and sketches to my bedroom wall. Connections formed between seemingly unrelated alterations. The pattern of cracks in my coffee cup matched the arrangement of the twisted trees. The faces hidden in the tree bark resembled the slightly altered expressions in my family photos. One night I awoke to a soft tapping at my window. A branch from one of the twisted trees had extended to touch the glass. It hadn't been there when I went to sleep. The wood appeared to pulse slightly, as if alive with circulating fluid instead of sap. I approached the window cautiously. The branch withdrew slightly, then tapped again more insistently. It seemed to be beckoning me outside. I refused its invitation, but the tapping continued all night, growing more frantic as dawn approached. When morning came, the branch was gone, but I found shallow grooves etched into the glass, forming symbols I couldn't decipher. My investigation intensified. I discovered that certain words, when spoken near the twisted trees, caused their branches to quiver. Certain songs played inside the house made the walls vibrate in response. The more I interacted with these phenomena, the more pronounced they became. I grew bolder, venturing deeper into the altered backyard. The paths led to clearings where the ground felt spongier, pulsing beneath my feet. In one clearing, I found a perfect circle of mushrooms with caps that seemed to glow with a faint luminescence. At the center of the circle lay a small object, a key of unfamiliar design, its metal warm to the touch. I took the key back to the house, examining it under every light. Its teeth formed the same pattern as the symbols etched on my window. When I held it, I felt a subtle vibration, a humming that resonated with something deep inside me. My mapping became more elaborate, string-connected points on my wall of evidence, forming a complex web that began to resemble a face when viewed from across the room. A face I recognized from the tree bark, from the altered family photos, a face that wasn't quite human. The figure returned, appearing in different windows at dusk, never moving when I spotted it, always vanishing when I tried to approach. Its silhouette became increasingly familiar, as if it were someone I once knew intimately. One evening, as sunset painted the altered backyard in crimson, I noticed a door in the trunk of the largest twisted tree. It hadn't been there before, or perhaps I simply hadn't seen it. The door was small, almost child-sized, with a keyhole that gleamed in the fading light. The key burned in my pocket. I knew without checking that it would fit. I approached the tree door, the ground seeming to shift beneath me, guiding my steps forward. The twisted branches above swayed without wind, creating patterns of shadow and light that danced across the door's surface. From inside the house behind me, I heard a sound, glass breaking, a thud, footsteps. The figure was inside, moving now, approaching. My heart raced as I reached the tree door. The bark around it felt warm, pulsing like skin over a heartbeat. I withdrew the key from my pocket. It glowed faintly now, matching the luminescence of the mushroom caps that had formed a new circle around me in the tree. Behind me, the back door of the house opened. I didn't turn to look. The key slid into the lock with a sensation like sliding into cold water. It turned easily, the mechanism inside clicking with a sound like small bones breaking. The tree door swung inward, revealing not the interior of a trunk, but a passageway. A corridor formed of twisted roots and glowing fungus that stretched far beyond what the tree's dimensions should allow. From deep within came sounds, whispers, movement, music so faint it might have been imagined. Footsteps approached from behind, the figure from the windows, from the altered photos, from the tree bark patterns, close now. I had a choice: return to the house that was no longer mine, confront whatever had been watching me, or step through the doorway into whatever impossible space waited beyond. My body made the decision before my mind could process it. I stepped through. The door closed behind me with a soft sound like an exhaled breath. The key vanished from the lock, reappearing in my hand with new patterns etched into its surface. Ahead, the passage descended, curved, branched into multiple paths. The air was thick with spores that glittered in the fungal light. I began walking, hearing the passage seal itself behind me. With each step, memories surfaced, memories of a life I wasn't sure was mine. A childhood spent exploring woods that twisted and changed. A home that listened and grew. A family with faces that shifted subtly from day to day. As I ventured deeper, I realized a terrible truth. The backyard had always been mine. The house had always been this way. The figure in the windows had always been watching. I had simply forgotten, and now I was remembering, coming home. Something now walked behind me in the glowing passage. I could hear its breathing, smell its earthy scent. Its footsteps matched mine perfectly. When I paused, it paused. When I moved, it followed. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I knew what followed me wore my face, my real face, not the one I'd been wearing in the world above. It was patient. It would wait until I was ready to look upon it, to remember completely, to surrender the last fragments of the identity I'd constructed. The passage continued downward into the true home I had fled from long ago. Each step felt more certain than the last. Each breath drew more spores into my lungs, awakening dormant parts of my being. I walked these passages still, descending ever deeper. Sometimes I hear voices calling from far behind me, from the world above. They sound familiar, concerned, searching. They call a name I once believed was mine. But the thing that follows me calls a different name, in a voice that sounds exactly like my own. And with each passing moment, I grow more certain that when I finally turn to face it, I won't be looking at a monster. I'll be looking at myself, wearing the face I was born with, and I'll finally understand why I tried so hard to forget. Story 6, I had to get rid of it. The old phone wasn't mine, and the messages, cryptic, pleading, had started coming in the moment I found it on my doorstep. No number, no caller ID, just words that sent shivers down my spine. Don't leave me here. So I buried it, deep, beneath dirt and stones in the woods. But that night my real phone rang. The caller ID was blank, and through the speaker I heard muffled, static-laced breathing. Why did you bury me? My hand trembled as I held my own device against my ear, listening to that raspy voice coming through in waves of static. I hung up immediately, my heart hammering against my ribs. The darkness of my bedroom seemed to deepen around me, pressing against my skin like damp velvet. I told myself it was a coincidence, someone playing a trick, a wrong number that happened to say something eerily similar to my situation. The rational explanations piled up in my mind like a defensive wall, but something inside me knew better. My fingers opened my call history without conscious thought. The screen showed no record of the call. Sleep refused to come that night. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, where shadows moved in patterns that felt deliberate. The air in my room carried a faint metallic scent, like copper pennies or blood. Every creak in the house made me flinch. Every random noise outside my window sounded like footsteps approaching. Morning arrived with pale light filtering through my blinds. I felt hollow, exhausted, but relieved to have made it through the night. As I reached for my phone to check the time, my fingers brushed against something cold and unfamiliar. The old phone I had buried lay on my nightstand, caked with dirt. I recoiled, nearly falling out of bed. My mind raced through possibilities. Someone had dug it up, broken into my house, placed it there to frighten me. But deep down, I knew no one else knew where I had buried it. No one had followed me into those woods. I picked it up with trembling fingers. The screen was cracked but illuminated, showing one unread message. My thumb swiped across the screen before I could stop myself. Dirt in my mouth, dirt in my eyes. Why? I dropped the phone as if it had burned me. It clattered against the hardwood floor, the battery popping out and skittering under my bed. Relief washed over me momentarily. Perhaps now it would stop. I went about my day in a fog, constantly checking over my shoulder, jumping at every notification sound from nearby devices. At work, I couldn't focus, making careless mistakes that earned concerned glances from colleagues. The weight of unease followed me like a shadow. That evening, I decided to document everything. If something inexplicable was happening, I needed proof for myself, for others, maybe even for my own sanity. I set up my laptop's webcam to record my bedroom overnight and placed voice recorders around my apartment. Whatever was happening, I would capture it. As night fell, I sat cross-legged on my bed, surrounded by devices meant to record evidence. The battery from the mysterious phone remained under my bed. I couldn't bring myself to retrieve it. The phone itself I had placed in a drawer in my kitchen, as far from my bedroom as possible. Sleep eventually took me, a fitful rest punctuated by dreams of being buried alive, of dirt filling my lungs as I tried to scream. I woke to the sound of static. My bedroom was bathed in the blue-white glow of my laptop screen. The webcam recording had stopped, replaced by a video player showing only static, but through the white noise came a voice, the same one from the phone call. I was alone for so long before you found me. I slammed the laptop shut, plunging the room into darkness. My breathing came in short, panicked gasps. The air felt thick, almost solid, pressing against my skin, and that smell stronger, now metallic and wrong. When I finally managed to turn on the lamp, I found all my recording devices had been moved. The voice recorders were arranged in a perfect circle on the floor. My phone was in the center. And it was ringing. I watched it vibrate against the hardwood, the screen lighting up with no caller ID. Against every instinct screaming in my head, I answered and put it on speaker. "Thank you for answering," the voice said, clearer now, less static, almost human. No one else would. "What do you want?" I whispered. "Company connection, what everyone wants." "Who are you?" A long pause followed. The line crackled with ambient noise that sounded like wind through trees. "I don't remember anymore. but I remember being forgot, being left behind, being buried. I gathered my courage. If I dig up the phone again, will you leave me alone? The phone isn't important, the voice replied, a note of confusion evident. It's just how I found you, how I reached out. Then what do you want from me? I demanded, a surge of frustration cutting through my fear. To be remembered, to be witnessed, to not disappear again. The call ended abruptly. I sat frozen for several minutes, processing what had happened. Outside my window, the sky was beginning to lighten with dawn. I spent the day researching, looking for similar experiences, explanations, anything that might help me understand. I found nothing concrete, just forum threads about phantom calls and electronic voice phenomena, nothing that matched the persistence and clarity of my experience. That evening I made a decision. I would go back to the woods and dig up the phone. Maybe there was something about it I had missed, some clue to what was happening. The walk through the darkening woods made every nerve ending tingle with awareness. Branches reached like fingers. Leaves whispered secrets as I passed. I found the spot where I had buried the phone, a small clearing marked by an unusual formation of rocks I had arranged myself. The ground was undisturbed. No one had dug here. I fell to my knees and began clawing at the earth with a small garden trowel I had brought. The soil gave way easily, still loose from my previous digging. A few inches down, my tool struck something solid. It wasn't the phone. My fingers brushed against fabric. Continuing to dig revealed what appeared to be clothing, a jacket, deteriorated but recognizable. My breathing quickened as I expanded the hole, uncovering more fabric, then something white and smooth. Bone. I scrambled backward, dropping the trowel. My mind reeled with the implications. I had found a body, a buried body that no one was supposed to find. And somehow it had reached out to me. As this realization hit, my phone buzzed in my pocket. With shaking hands, I pulled it out. A text message from an unknown number. Now you see me, now I'm not alone, now I'm not forgotten. My heart pounded as I looked back at the partially excavated remains. A moral dilemma unfolded in my mind: call the authorities and report what I found, or refill the hole and walk away, pretending I saw nothing. But something told me this wasn't a choice I could make anymore. I was involved now, witnessed in a way I couldn't undo. I took a deep breath and dialed emergency services. As I waited, watching the disturbed earth and exposed remains, my phone received another message. Thank you. The investigation that followed was exhaustive. The remains belonged to someone who had been missing for years, forgotten by all but a few. The case had gone cold, leads dried up, media attention faded. Another unsolved mystery in the archives. But now they would be remembered. Now they would receive proper burial. Now their story would be told. The messages stopped after that. The strange phone never reappeared in my home. The voice recordings I had set up captured nothing unusual. My laptop showed no signs of interference. Sometimes I wonder if grief can become so powerful it transcends conventional boundaries. If the need to be remembered can somehow reach across the divide between life and whatever comes after. If connection is something so fundamentally human that even death cannot fully sever it. I still feel watched sometimes. In quiet moments when my guard is down, I sense a presence not menacing but attentive. My devices occasionally behave strangely, calls drop for no reason, messages arrive delayed, screens flicker momentarily. Each time it happens, I acknowledge it with a nod, a silent recognition. I remember. And somewhere, I believe, someone who was forgotten is finally at peace. Story 7. I had lived in the house for a year before I noticed it. A staircase. Narrow, steep, leading downward behind a door I could have sworn had always been a linen closet. The air that drifted up smelled of damp stone and something rich, like fresh earth. My footsteps echoed as I descended, each step tightening the feeling in my chest. And then I saw a door at the bottom, slightly open, revealing a room that should not have fit beneath my home. My fingers trembled as I pushed the door wider. The hinges released a long, mournful creak, as if warning me against proceeding. Inside, weak amber light filtered through a single bulb hanging from a cord. The walls were lined with shelves, each filled with glass jars of varying sizes. Inside each jar, something floated in murky liquid. I approached the nearest shelf, drawn by a strange compulsion. The jar contained what appeared to be a bird, wings spread wide as if caught mid-flight, suspended in yellowish fluid. Yet something was wrong with its form, extra joints in the wings, a beak that curved backward toward its own neck. I moved to the next jar, finding what might once have been a rabbit, its fur pale and ghostly, eyes milky and oversized. Specimen 13 shows promising adaptive traits, I whispered, reading the label beneath it. The handwriting was mine, unmistakably mine, but I had never written those words, never collected these abominations, never known this room existed. I backed away, bumping into a desk positioned in the center of the room. Papers scattered to the floor, diagrams, notes, sketches of bizarre anatomies. A journal lay open, the pages filled with detailed observations written in my handwriting. The final entry ended mid-sentence, as if I had been interrupted. The sound started then, a soft scratching from inside one of the larger jars on the bottom shelf. Something was moving, pressing against the glass. I shouldn't have looked. I tell myself now I should have run back up those stairs, sealed that door, pretended I'd never found this place. But curiosity pulled me forward with hands stronger than my fear. Inside the jar, a face pressed against the glass. My face. Eyes closed, mouth slightly open, floating in the same yellowish preservation fluid as the others. But as I watched, horrified, those eyes snapped open and stared directly into mine. I stumbled backward, knocking over a jar that shattered on the stone floor. The smell hit me instantly, formaldehyde mixed with something putrid and organic. The fluid spread across the floor, soaking into my shoes, burning cold against my skin. That night I sealed the door with tape, convinced it had been a hallucination, some bizarre waking nightmare. I researched the history of my house, finding nothing unusual in its past. No secret laboratories, no missing persons, no reports of strange noises or disappearances. Just an ordinary house built 30 years ago with an ordinary basement. I took photos of the door the next morning, needing proof for my own sanity. But when I checked my phone, the images showed only a linen closet filled with towels and sheets. I opened the door again, finding exactly what the photos depicted: shelves of neatly folded linens. The staircase was gone. Sleep became impossible. Each night I jolted awake to the sound of soft scratching coming from the walls. When I pressed my ear against them, I heard whispers in my own voice, reciting observations I never made about specimens I never collected. A week passed. I began finding strange objects throughout my house: a fountain pen I didn't own, filled with dark red ink, a monocular microscope on my kitchen counter, jars of preservative fluid in my grocery bags that I never purchased. Each time I disposed of these items, they would reappear elsewhere, as if the house were gradually revealing its secrets, piece by piece. The most disturbing change came when I noticed a small red mark on my wrist. Initially no bigger than a freckle, it grew each day, spreading into a distinct pattern, a series of interconnected circles that resembled a simplified molecular structure. I covered it with bandages, but the mark burned through them, revealing itself anew each morning. I began documenting everything, setting up cameras throughout the house. The footage revealed nothing unusual until the third night, when at exactly midnight, the recording showed me walking calmly to the linen closet, opening it, and descending a staircase that shouldn't have been there. The footage showed me returning 4 hours later, hands stained with yellowish fluid, expression blank and unreadable. Yet I had no memory of this. According to my conscious experience, I had been asleep in bed all night. The next morning, I found a notebook under my pillow. Opening it revealed pages of meticulous notes, diagrams of impossible anatomies, and detailed procedures for something called recursive biological replication. The final page contained a single sentence, underlined 3 times. The previous attempts failed because the specimens lacked consciousness. My hands shook as I closed the notebook. On my desk sat a recorder I didn't recognize. I pressed play. My voice spoke from the device. Subject appears to be developing awareness of the parallel research. Memories are bleeding through despite the cognitive partition. This represents both a risk and an opportunity. If the subject becomes fully aware, the psychological trauma could compromise the integrity of the experiment. However, this cross-memory contamination might provide the consciousness bridge I've been seeking. I will continue observation before deciding whether to terminate this iteration. That night, I barricaded the linen closet door with my heaviest furniture. I swallowed sleeping pills, determined to prevent whatever nocturnal activities my body was engaging in without my knowledge. I tied my ankle to the bed frame with rope, setting my phone to record anything that might happen. I awoke to find the furniture unmoved, the rope still secure around my ankle. Relief washed over me until I checked my phone. The video showed me sleeping peacefully for several hours, then suddenly opening my eyes at midnight despite the medication. I untied the rope with deliberate movements, pushed the furniture aside effortlessly, and disappeared into the closet for exactly 4 hours before returning everything to its exact position, retying the rope and resuming sleep. The implications were unbearable. Whatever was happening existed outside normal physical laws. The person in that video looked like me, moved like me, but possessed strength and purpose I could not explain. My reflection in the mirror began to change. Subtle differences at first, a slightly asymmetrical smile, eyes that blinked a fraction of a second after I did, then more noticeable discrepancies. When I raised my right hand, my reflection sometimes raised the left, correcting the movement quickly as if catching a mistake. The mark on my wrist spread further, extending up my arm in an intricate pattern of red lines and circles. When I scratched it, the skin flaked away, revealing not blood and tissue, but tiny, perfect writing, microscopic notes that I needed a magnifying glass to read. The barrier between iterations is weakening, convergence imminent. I began finding jars throughout the house, hidden in cabinets and closets. Each contained preserved specimens of common household pests, spiders, mice, cockroaches, but with disturbing modifications. Extra limbs, fused bodies, impossible anatomical changes that defied natural science. The whispers grew louder, graduating from the walls into open air. My voice, yet not quite mine, narrating observations and procedures just beyond the edge of comprehension. I started responding to them, asking questions that were answered with cryptic references to the convergence and the final iteration. I stopped leaving the house, stopped answering calls. Survival became my only focus. I monitored the linen closet constantly, witnessing an impossible phenomenon. The door would change. Sometimes it was indeed just a closet. Other times, watching through a camera I'd installed, I could see the staircase behind it descending into darkness. Last night I made a decision. I would confront whatever waited below. Understanding seemed the only path forward, even if that understanding might destroy me. The staircase appeared as midnight approached. I descended without hesitation this time, finding the room changed larger, more elaborate, filled with advanced equipment surrounding a central examination table. The jars still lined the walls, but now they formed a chronological sequence, an evolutionary progression of increasingly familiar forms, ending with several that contained what could only be described as versions of myself in various stages of development. The final jar was empty, its lid removed, fluid still dripping over the edge. On the examination table lay a body. My body, perfect in every detail except for the eyes. They were solid black, reflecting nothing. "You've arrived," my voice said from the body on the table, "right on schedule." "What is happening to me?" I asked, my voice breaking. The thing wearing my face sat up slowly, movements fluid and unnatural. "Not to you. Through you, you're not being replaced, you're becoming. We're perfecting the design." "Away." A smile spread across its face, revealing teeth too perfectly aligned, too white. You and I versions separated by the thinnest membrane of reality, each iteration learning from the last, each version improving upon the previous design. Soon we converge. It extended its hand toward me, the same red pattern that marked my wrist covering its entire arm. The final doorway requires recognition from both sides, acceptance of the inevitable convergence. As I reached toward it, images flashed through my mind, memories I never lived, knowledge I never learned, dark purposes I never conceived. I saw myself, countless versions, each conducting the same experiment with slight variations, each seeking to create something that could exist across multiple planes of reality simultaneously. Our fingers touched, the red pattern leapt from its skin to mine, completing the circuit that had begun on my wrist. Pain seared through me as knowledge flooded my consciousness, the true purpose of the experiment, the nature of what we were becoming, the reason for the recursive loop of self-experimentation. I understood then that I had always been both experimenter and subject, observer and observed, creator and creation. I write this now as a warning, though I know no one will find it. The convergence is almost complete. The boundary between what I was and what I'm becoming grows thinner each moment. The house around me shifts and changes as realities merge. Doors lead to rooms that shouldn't exist. Stairways connect to places beyond understanding. Soon, very soon, the final barrier will dissolve. The experiment will conclude. And something new will walk up that narrow staircase, wearing my face but seeing through eyes that perceive beyond the limits of a single reality. If you're reading this, it means you found the staircase too. And I wonder, are you the next iteration, or merely another version of myself, caught in the same endless loop of becoming? Either way, I'll be waiting for you, at the bottom of the stairs, in the room that shouldn't exist. I'll be waiting because I've always been waiting. and we have so much work left to do. Story 8. The old radio crackled when I turned it on, static filling the room. But beneath the hiss there were voices, not a broadcast, not music, conversations, familiar ones, a mother humming a lullaby, a child's laughter, then a scream sharp and sudden. The smell of burning dust filled the air, thick and acrid. My hands shook as I reached for the dial, but before I could turn it off, the static faded and a voice whispered through the speaker. "Are you listening now?" I found the radio in my grandfather's attic, tucked inside a cardboard box marked "Keep." The wooden case gleamed despite years of neglect, its brass dials catching what little light filtered through the small window. Something about it called to me. I brought it home, cleaned it with care, and placed it on my nightstand. That first night I expected nothing when I plugged it in. Vintage radios like this were collectibles, not functional devices. The red power light surprised me when it glowed. The static that followed seemed normal enough. Until the voices came. At first I thought I'd caught some amateur radio station, perhaps a podcast or an audiobook. But the conversations had no context, no beginning or end. Just fragments of lives, an argument between lovers, a child reciting a poem, an elderly man crying softly. They didn't sound like actors. The emotions were too raw, too intimate. I twisted the tuning dial, searching for clarity. Each quarter turn brought different voices, different moments, none from radio stations, all from lives. "The medication isn't working anymore," a woman whispered, her voice cracking. "I don't know how much longer I can pretend." Click. "Happy birthday, darling. I wish you were here to see how tall your son has grown." Click. "Nobody will find the body if we, static, consume the rest." I switched it off, my heart pounding against my ribs. Sleep came reluctantly that night, my dreams filled with strangers' voices. Morning light should have cleansed my anxiety, but the radio sat there, innocent and accusing simultaneously. I convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing: stress, exhaustion, and overactive imagination, yet I couldn't resist turning it on again. Static buzzed, then cleared. A child sobbed quietly, hiccuping between words. "I'm scared of the dark, Daddy. The shadows move when you're not looking." The voice sounded familiar, too familiar. My throat dried when I recognized it, my voice, my childhood fear. I had said those exact words to my father 30 years ago. My fingers went numb. The radio wasn't broadcasting random memories, it was broadcasting my memories. I should have thrown it away then. Instead, I began taking notes. Each broadcast lasted exactly 7 minutes before transitioning to another memory. Some I recognized, many I didn't. Were they forgotten moments from my past or someone else's entirely? The radio remained silent during daylight. Only after sunset would the red light blink to life of its own accord, voices emerging unprompted. By the 5th night, I noticed changes in my apartment. The milk in my refrigerator curdled despite the expiration date being weeks away. My houseplants withered despite regular watering. The mirror in my bathroom showed a reflection that hesitated a fraction of a second too long before mimicking my movements. I covered the radio with a blanket one night, hoping to muffle whatever power it exerted. I awoke to find the blanket neatly folded beside it, the radio playing. "Do you remember when we found that dead fox in the woods?" a childhood friend's voice asked. "You wanted to bury it, but I convinced you to poke it with sticks. You cried afterward. You always were too sensitive." My friend Jacob, we'd found that fox when we were 9, but Jacob had drowned that same summer. I never told anyone about the fox. I unplugged the radio. It continued playing. Your grandfather knew what he was doing when he kept this radio hidden, a woman's voice said softly. Not a memory this time, a direct address. He understood its hunger. Why do you think he locked it away? Why do you think he warned everyone to leave his possessions untouched after his death? My grandfather had left no such warning. He died silently in his sleep, leaving a house full of belongings no one knew what to do with. I picked up the radio, its wooden case vibrating against my palms. The surface felt warm, almost feverish, pulsing like something alive. "What are you?" I whispered. Static hissed, forming words through white noise. A collector, a preserver, a mirror. Of what? Moments that matter, pain, joy, secrets. I took the radio to my backyard that night. The moon hung full overhead as I placed it on the ground. I retrieved a hammer from my toolbox, determined to destroy whatever malevolence lived inside its circuits. As I raised the hammer, the radio emitted a sound I had never heard before, my own voice, speaking words I had never said. When I die next week, they'll blame it on the fall. They won't check for toxins. They won't notice the bruises hidden beneath my clothes. They won't realize I saw what happened to the others. My hammer trembled midair. "That's not real," I said aloud. "That hasn't happened." "Not yet," my voice answered from the radio. "But memory works in both directions, doesn't it?" The radio went silent. The red light faded. I stood frozen, hammer still raised, unable to bring it down. I returned the radio to my nightstand. What choice did I have? If it truly saw both backward and forward in time, destroying it might seal whatever fate it had projected. Each night after that became a game of chance. Would I hear past memories, future possibilities, direct communications from whatever entity resided in the circuits? The only certainty was uncertainty itself. I began recording everything, filling notebooks with transcriptions. Patterns emerged, names repeated, events connected across different memories. A narrative formed, not mine alone, but shared across dozens of lives. My grandfather appeared frequently, though in memories I couldn't possibly have of him. The radio showed me his secrets, the people he'd hurt, the lives he'd ruined, and why he'd kept the radio. It knew what he had done. My own memories began changing. I recalled events differently than before. A childhood birthday party transformed from a happy celebration to a tense affair where my parents argued in hushed voices. A first kiss became tainted with the knowledge that my high school girlfriend had been crying earlier that day over her parents' divorce. Was the radio corrupting my memories or revealing their true nature? Last night it spoke directly to me again, no pretense of memory or prediction. "You've been listening so intently," it said, static crackling between words. "But have you considered who might be listening to you?" My apartment had grown colder over the weeks, a persistent chill that no heating could dispel. The wallpaper in my bedroom had begun peeling in long, curling strips, revealing older patterns beneath. My neighbors stopped meeting my eyes in the hallway. "What do you want from me?" I asked the radio. "Nothing you haven't already given," it replied. "Your attention, your doubt, your fear." "And what do I get in return?" "Truth, isn't that what you wanted when you first heard the voices? To understand?" I didn't answer. Consider this, the radio continued. Every memory you've heard exists somewhere. Every prediction may come true. Every secret revealed belonged to someone. Where do you think all these fragments go when the moment passes? Someone must keep them. Someone must listen. This morning I woke to find my face in the mirror, altered subtle changes only I would notice. Slightly deeper lines around my eyes, a faint scar on my chin I'd never had. When I pressed my fingers against it, pain bloomed fresh and sharp. The radio sits before me now, silent in daylight. Tonight it will speak again, and I will listen. What choice do I have? It's changing me, reshaping my past and future word by word, memory by memory. I've come to understand what my grandfather knew. The radio isn't just a device that plays someone else's memories. It's a conduit, a collector that feeds on attention and belief. Each story it tells becomes real for the listener. Each memory it shares becomes yours, altering your past. Each prediction it makes narrows your future. And I wonder now, as I write these words, if someone somewhere is listening to a radio playing my memories, believing them to be broadcasts or stories or warnings. If someone else is being changed by my experiences, the way I've been changed by others. I could destroy it, I should, but then who would remember, who would listen? The red light has come on early today. Static fills my room even though sunset remains hours away. I hear my own voice coming through the speaker, reading these exact words as I write them. I reach for the dial. Story 9, I woke up groggy, stretching as I swung my legs off the bed. My apartment was quiet, but something felt off. My eyes swept the space, my stomach twisting. There was a door missing, a whole room gone. The smell of old coffee lingered in the air, but the chair I had left my jacket on was no longer there. My bookshelf, my desk, gone. My heart pounded as I backed up, trying to remember. Had there ever been a door there at all? I pressed my palms against the wall where the door should have been. The surface felt cold, unnaturally smooth. I ran my fingers along it, searching for seams, cracks, anything that might indicate a hidden entrance. Nothing, just solid drywall painted the same pale beige as the rest of my apartment. I knocked on it. The sound was dull, hollow in a way that made my skin crawl. The coffee scent grew stronger as I stood there, despite there being no coffee maker in sight. It had been in that room, my study, along with my collection of vintage books and the antique desk I'd inherited from my grandfather. Now all that remained was this blank wall and the persistent smell that seemed to mock my confusion. I stepped back, dizzy with disbelief. My phone lay on the nightstand and I grabbed it, scrolling through my photos. There it was, pictures of me sitting at that desk, books stacked high behind me. My study had existed. I wasn't imagining things. A soft whisper traveled through the heating vent near the floor. I dropped to my knees, pressing my ear against the metal grate. The sound came again, not quite words, more like the rustle of pages turning. My heart hammered against my ribs as I unscrewed the vent cover with trembling hands. Inside was darkness, deeper than it should have been. I reached in, expecting to touch the metal duct, but my fingers met nothing but cold air. I withdrew my hand quickly, a deep unease settling in my bones. That night I slept fitfully, dreams filled with corridors that led nowhere and doors that opened onto brick walls. I woke repeatedly, each time glancing at the blank wall, half expecting the door to have reappeared. It never did. Morning brought no clarity. I measured the apartment, pacing off the dimensions against what I remembered. The mathematics didn't work. My apartment was smaller now, yet from the outside the building looked unchanged. I took photos, documented everything, made careful notes of my observations. The act of recording calmed me, gave me purpose amid the confusion. I interviewed neighbors, casually asking if they'd noticed anything strange about the building. Ms. Keller from across the hall looked at me oddly when I mentioned my missing room. "Your apartment has always been a one-bedroom," she said, her brow furrowed with concern. "Are you feeling all right?" I showed her my photos. She squinted at them, then handed my phone back with a dismissive wave. "Nice Photoshop work," she said, "very realistic." I stopped asking after that. The wall where my study had been began to change. At first it was subtle, a slight discoloration, a patch that seemed darker than the rest. I marked its boundaries with pencil, checking it throughout the day. The dark area grew, spreading outward like a stain. When I touched it, my fingertips came away damp, not wet exactly, but with a film that felt slick and wrong. I washed my hands immediately, scrubbing until my skin turned red. Strange noises began to emanate from within the wall, a persistent tapping, rhythmic and deliberate. I pressed a glass against the surface, listening. The tapping stopped immediately, replaced by what sounded like breathing deep, measured breaths that didn't match my own. I set up a recording device, letting it run while I went out for fresh air. The playback was mostly silence until the final few minutes. A voice, distorted and barely audible, "I'm still here." My laptop began behaving erratically. Files disappeared, only to reappear in folders I hadn't created. The cursor moved on its own, opening documents I didn't recognize. One contained a single line of text, repeated over and over, "The room remembers you." I printed the document, but the paper came out blank. When I checked the file again, it too was empty. The dark stain on the wall continued to grow, now covering an area roughly the size and shape of a door. Its edges pulsed subtly, as if breathing. The air around it felt different, heavier, charged with a static electricity that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I began to wake with unexplained bruises on my hands and arms. Small wounds that looked like paper cuts crisscrossed my fingertips. My dreams grew more vivid, visions of sitting at my desk, writing frantically while shadows gathered in the corners of the study. One morning I found a book on my bed, a journal I recognized from my missing collection, its leather cover worn from years of handling. I opened it with trembling hands. Inside were pages of my own handwriting, documenting events I had no memory of experiencing. The final entry read, "It wants to come through. I think I've been helping it." I threw the journal against the wall in panic. It hit the dark stain and stuck there as if glued to the surface. Then, slowly, it began to sink into the wall, the leather cover bubbling and distorting until it disappeared completely. My rational mind began to fracture. I stopped sleeping, afraid of what might happen in the darkness. I positioned my bed to face the wall, watching it constantly. The stain had stopped growing, but now seemed to shimmer with an inner light when viewed from certain angles. I recorded everything, filled notebooks with observations, theories, desperate attempts to make sense of what was happening. I taped these notes to my remaining walls, creating a chaotic tapestry of my descent into confusion. Water began to leak from the baseboard below the stain, pooling on the floor. Not water ink, black, thick, with an oily sheen. I collected samples in jars, watching as the liquid continued to move inside the glass, swirling in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. The smell of coffee was now constant, mingled with the musty scent of old books. Sometimes, when the apartment was completely quiet, I could hear the faint clacking of typewriter keys. My neighbor knocked on my door, concern evident in her voice. "There's something leaking from your apartment," she said. "It's coming through my ceiling." I apologized, promised to fix it, knowing I couldn't. When she left, I pressed my ear against the floor, listening to her movements below. What I heard instead was the sound of footsteps directly beneath me, pacing back and forth in a space that couldn't exist. The dark stain began to recede, shrinking inward. At first I felt relief, thinking whatever phenomenon had occurred was reversing itself. Then I noticed the center of the stain deepening, becoming three-dimensional. Not a stain at all, but a hole forming in the wall. I approached it cautiously, flashlight in hand. The beam disappeared into the opening, illuminating nothing. I extended a ruler into the darkness. It slid in easily, meeting no resistance. When I tried to pull it back, something held it. I yanked harder, and the ruler came free minus several inches from the end, the break unnaturally clean. That night, the hole widened enough for me to see through. Beyond was not the expected space of my missing study, but a vast darkness interrupted by floating shelves. Books hovered in the air, their pages turning by invisible hands. My desk sat in the center of this void, papers scattered across its surface, the old typewriter clacking away with no one at the keys. I retreated to the opposite wall, watching as the hole continued to grow. The edges no longer resembled a doorway, but formed an irregular shape that pulsed and shifted. The darkness beyond seemed to notice my observation. The floating objects paused in their movements, orientating themselves toward me. A piece of paper drifted out from the hole, floating on an impossible breeze. I caught it reflexively. A message typed with uneven pressure on the keys. "You can still finish your work." I recognized the project I'd been working on in my study before its disappearance, a novel about a person who discovers alternate dimensions in the spaces between walls. The irony wasn't lost on me. The hole now occupied most of the wall, its edges vibrating with potential. The void beyond had grown more complex, layers of reality folded upon themselves, creating a dizzying perspective that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Objects began to emerge from the hole, hovering briefly before settling onto my apartment floor. My coffee mug, a stack of reference books, pens and papers covered in writing I didn't remember producing. Each item was subtly wrong, the mug's handle on the opposite side, the books containing chapters I'd never read before. I backed away as my chair slid through the opening, rotating slowly as if examining the space. It settled on the floor with a soft thud. Then the typewriter emerged, suspended in air, keys depressing in a rapid sequence. A new page began to fill with words. "The room didn't disappear, you did." Understanding washed over me like cold water. I rushed to the bathroom, staring at my reflection in the mirror. My face looked wrong, features slightly asymmetrical, eyes a shade darker than I remembered. Had I always looked this way? I returned to the hole, which now dominated the entire wall. The void beyond had transformed again. Now it appeared as my apartment, an exact mirror image, except for one crucial difference. In that reflected space, a person sat at the desk, writing frantically, surrounded by books and papers. They looked up slowly, meeting my gaze. My own face stared back at me, but with an expression I'd never worn, knowing, patient, victorious. I reached toward the opening, my fingers crossing the threshold. The air felt wrong, as if composed of something thicker than oxygen. My doppelganger reached out as well, our fingertips nearly touching across the divide. "Who are you?" I whispered. The other me smiled, head tilting in a curious manner. "I'm the real you," came the reply, voice identical to mine yet somehow hollow. "The one who belongs here. Thank you for keeping my place warm." I tried to retreat, to pull back from the opening, but my body would not respond. A force pulled me forward, inexorable and patient. My doppelganger's smile widened as I slid through the threshold, our bodies passing through one another in a moment of impossible cold. Then I was on the other side, standing in the mirrored apartment. I spun around just in time to see my other self on the original side, watching me with that same knowing smile. The hole between us began to shrink rapidly, edges drawing inward. I lunged for the opening, fingers clawing at its shrinking perimeter. Too late. The hole sealed itself with a sound like a sigh, leaving nothing but a blank wall. I pressed my hands against it, feeling the same unnaturally smooth surface I had touched on that first morning. Behind me, the keys of the typewriter began to clack, continuing the story. My story. I turned slowly to face the desk, the books, the study that had never really disappeared. On the desk lay a single piece of paper, freshly typed. "Now it's your turn to be forgotten." I sink into the chair, fingers hovering over the typewriter keys. They feel right beneath my touch, familiar in a way nothing else does anymore. I begin to type, documenting everything that has happened. Perhaps if I record it all, someone will remember I existed. The smell of fresh coffee fills the air. I don't remember making any. Story 10. In the dead of night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade at the outskirts of the city. The neon lights flickered intermittently, casting eerie shadows on the dusty arcade games. Amidst the profound silence, a gentle hum resonated from the shadows, carrying with it the faint aroma of stale popcorn and faded excitement. It was as though the arcade breathed with the echoes of laughter and poignant memories long forgotten. Running my fingers along the worn plastic surfaces of the game cabinets, I could feel the intricate patterns beneath layers of dust that had settled over the years. Each step I took left soft imprints in the thin carpet of gray powder covering the floor. My breath seemed to meld with the low electrical hum that filled the space, creating a strangely soothing cadence. In the dim light, I could discern the faded artwork on the machines, fantastical realms and characters now reduced to ghostly outlines. Some screens still flickered faintly, displaying fragmented images that danced like elusive dreams. One game in particular caught my eye, an ancient racing game with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that seemed to move ever so slightly on its own. As I ventured deeper into the arcade, the temperature dropped noticeably, and the hum grew more melodic, resembling a distant choir in perfect harmony. I found myself swaying gently to its rhythmic pulse, my footsteps syncing with its mysterious cadence. The air was pregnant with possibility, as if the boundary between reality and fantasy had blurred in this forgotten place. Exploring further, I discovered a narrow hallway leading to what appeared to be a maintenance area. Vintage posters adorned the walls, advertising games long lost to time. Each step I took caused the floorboards to whisper beneath my feet, adding their voice to the arcade's enigmatic symphony. The humming seemed to react to my presence, shifting in tone and intensity as I moved. At the end of the hallway stood an ancient wooden door, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuit patterns. The brass handle felt warm against my palm, and as I turned it, the hum swelled, enveloping my senses. Beyond the door, a small room bathed in a soft blue light awaited me. LED lights on arcade motherboards blinked in patterns that seemed almost meaningful. In the room's center, an archaic computer terminal glowed with scrolling text, a cryptic blend of game code and something deeper. The hum emanated from the machine, causing the dust motes to dance in the air like celestial bodies. I settled into the creaking chair before the terminal, captivated by the hypnotic display. The text on the screen began to form patterns that tantalizingly eluded full comprehension, much like fragments of a fading dream upon waking. My fingers hovered over the aged keyboard, and almost instinctively I began to type. The hum adjusted its rhythm to match my keystrokes, creating a mesmerizing duet between man and machine. Time lost its hold in that ethereal chamber as the blue light seemed to permeate my being, and the humming reverberated in my very bones. I transcribed what felt like ancient tales, weaving together worlds that never existed, dreams long forgotten. The machine responded with its own narratives, conveyed through snippets of code and bursts of static that somehow coalesced into perfect clarity. When I finally rose from the chair, my limbs stiff from sitting for who knows how long, the hum had ingrained itself into my essence. The arcade felt transformed, no longer abandoned but expectant. The game cabinets stood sentinel, their screens now hinting at new realms waiting to be unfurled. Tracing my steps back through the arcade, I felt the machines hum in unison as if acknowledging my presence. The racing game's steering wheel now motionless, yet its screen portrayed a road stretching into eternity, bathed in the soft glow of a digital dawn. Before leaving, I glanced back one final time. The neon lights had ceased their erratic flickering, bathing the arcade in a warm, steady radiance. The hum had evolved into a gentle purr, akin to a colossal electronic beast peacefully slumbering. A knowing settled within me, a certainty that I would return, enticed by the musical silence and the promise of untold stories lingering in the interstice between games. Stepping out into the night, the hum didn't dissipate entirely. Instead, it manifested as a subtle vibration in my chest, a reminder of the night's enigmatic symphony. Sometimes, in the hushed moments before dawn, I can still sense its call, the harmonious blend of memory and mystery, forever resonating within the deserted arcade. Story 11, drawn by an unexplainable urge to explore, I found myself in an old theater at the edge of town. Its former grandeur now faded, a silent witness to the passage of time. The ornate balconies and plush velvet seats whispered tales of applause and drama from eras long gone. With each step onto the weathered stage, a soft, haunting voice reached my ears, carrying lines filled with both sorrow and yearning. The sound lingered in the air, bouncing off the worn walls, mingling with the scent of dusty curtains and abandoned dreams, leaving me to ponder if the theater was truly deserted. A gentle autumn breeze seeped through hidden crevices, orchestrating a symphony of rustling papers and faint whispers. My footsteps echoed softly on the aged wooden boards, each one releasing a sigh beneath my weight. The atmosphere held a peculiar thickness, as if I were walking through layers of memories suspended in time. Above me, the grand chandelier hung in silence, its crystals coated in dust, yet occasionally catching a glimmer of light that filtered through the tall windows, casting delicate patterns that danced across the walls. My curiosity led me to the wing of the stage, where forgotten props lay hidden under sheets resembling waves in the dim light. The voice I had heard seemed to emanate from this direction, though now only a faint whisper remained. Amidst the relics of the past, I stumbled upon an ancient dressing room mirror, its surface clouded with age yet shimmering with an otherworldly glow. As I drew near, the air around me chilled slightly, not uncomfortably so. The mirror seemed to pulsate with a mysterious energy that defied explanation. In its reflection, I glimpsed movements that did not mirror my own, as if shadows of performers from a distant time were still perfecting their art. The voice grew clearer, perhaps a woman, reciting lines of a tragic romance. Her words carried a melodic quality that stirred both serenity and sorrow. Time flowed differently in this forgotten space, minutes stretching into hours as I delved deeper, uncovering crumbling playbills and costume pieces that held a hint of long-forgotten perfume. The voice continued its gentle soliloquy, guiding me through the labyrinth of the theater's neglected corners. In the orchestra pit, sheet music lay scattered across ancient stands, the notes faded yet visible, as if yearning for musicians to breathe life back into them. As evening descended, the shifting light through the windows cast elongated shadows that seemed to move with purpose across the empty seats. The voice grew stronger, yet never rising above a soothing murmur. I found myself seated in one of the better preserved velvet chairs, watching as dust motes danced in the waning sunlight. The theater seemed to pulse around me, its walls expanding and contracting with the weight of countless narratives. In this moment of tranquility, I came to realize that the voice was not directed at anyone in particular. It was the theater itself, reminiscing. Each word carried remnants of performances past, of applause and tears, of beginnings and endings. The rhythmic cadence of the voice wove these memories into a delicate tapestry, cocooning me in a blanket of nostalgia. As night descended, a new depth resonated in the voice, emanating from all directions at once, filling the space with a warm vibration that seemed to animate the very air. The words grew clearer, yet their essence remained just beyond reach, akin to recalling a dream upon waking. The chandelier above now caught the moon's rays, casting ethereal rainbow reflections that danced across the ceiling like the aurora borealis. I drifted between wakefulness and slumber, the voice serving as a gentle lullaby. Reality and dreams melded into one, and in the twilight of consciousness, I almost discerned the phantom audience, their presence implied by the interplay of moonlight and shadow. They sat in reverent silence, captivated by the voice as much as I was. As the night deepened, a profound peace settled over the theater. The voice began to fade, not abruptly but gradually, like a tide retreating from the shore. In its wake, a sense of gratitude lingered, as if my presence had acknowledged and validated the stories enshrined within these walls. The theater settled, creaking and sighing like an old friend preparing for slumber. When I rose to depart, the voice had become a mere memory, a faint echo in my mind. Yet the theater felt transformed, more vibrant, despite its abandonment. With each step towards the exit, the aged floorboards whispered tales of their own, reminding me that some places never truly empty. They simply wait, cradling their stories until a willing listener arrives. Months later, I still find myself drawn back to that theater in the twilight hours. The voice remains, sometimes just a whisper, a gentle nudge that behind every curtain and beneath each layer of dust, stories yearn to be heard by those who pause to listen. The theater endures as a sanctuary where the boundaries of time blur and memories shimmer like dust motes in the moonlight, forever preserved in the soothing echoes of that enigmatic voice. Story 12. On a moonlit journey homeward, the near-deserted subway carriage felt unusually weighty. At the far end, a lone figure sat in silence, their gaze fixed upon me as the train clattered through shadowed tunnels. The atmosphere was dense with the mingled sense of perspiration and stagnant air, and a disquieting feeling of being observed descended upon me. The gentle sway of the car and the rhythmic clack of wheels against tracks wove a hypnotic melody, that would typically lull me into slumber. However, this night was different. My focus kept drifting back to the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality surrounding them. The flickering fluorescent lights overhead sporadically cast eerie shadows that danced across the worn metal walls. I observed a peculiar quality about my fellow traveler. Their silhouette appeared slightly distorted, as if glimpsed through a rain-smeared window. Whenever I blinked or shifted my gaze, their outlines would briefly sharpen before softening once more. The effect was subtle enough that I might have attributed it to fatigue, had it not been for what transpired next. The stranger extended their hand in what seemed like a greeting, yet the motion left lingering trails in the air, akin to the way sparklers trace light patterns in the night sky. Each movement created ripples in the space around them, warping the advertisements on the walls behind. The temperature within the carriage seemed to plummet, and a shiver crept up my arms. Time began to feel pliable, expanding and contracting with each breath. The intervals between stations stretched, the darkness beyond the windows deepening into an unfathomable abyss. The usual ambient noises of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical creaks, the distant echoes all faded into a velvety hush, leaving only the rhythmic heartbeat of wheels on tracks. I found myself studying their attire, a blend of modernity and antiquity. A coat that could have been worn yesterday or a century past, shoes that transitioned between styles when not under direct scrutiny. Their countenance remained cloaked in shadow despite the overhead illumination, as if darkness gravitated towards them. The stranger began to hum, the sound not audible to my ears but resonating within my chest, a haunting melody evoking childhood lullabies and forgotten reveries. My eyelids grew heavy, yet I resisted succumbing to sleep, torn between comfort and disquiet. Subtle alterations crept into the subway car. Advertisements displayed different images when caught in peripheral vision. Metal poles seemed to bend at impossible angles before snapping back to normal when focused upon. The windows reflected scenes that defied reality: lush gardens, ancient libraries, distant constellations. The stranger rose gracefully, their movement fluid as if weightless. Advancing towards me, I noticed their feet barely touching the floor. The air surrounding them shimmered with an ethereal luminescence, akin to heat waves rising from sun-soaked pavement. Their presence exuded an aura of ancient wisdom and boundless patience. Seating themselves across from me, I briefly glimpsed their visage, kind yet ancient, familiar yet impossible to fully recall. Their voice, like the rustling of leaves in autumn winds, whispered without moving their lips. "You perceive beyond most," they intoned. Rare is it to encounter one awake at this twilight hour of reality. I yearned to respond, to pose myriad questions swirling in my mind, yet found myself enveloped in a profound serenity. The train's gentle sway became a cradle, and the darkness beyond the windows metamorphosed into a welcoming embrace. The stranger's presence no longer felt ominous, but rather akin to reuniting with an old acquaintance whose name lingered just beyond memory's reach. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself alone in the subway car. The harsh buzz of fluorescent lights and commonplace advertisements returned. The air had resumed its usual temperature, and the subway's familiar sounds echoed once more. Yet, a subtle iridescence clung to my attire in the window's reflection, akin to dewdrops on a spider's web. In my pocket, I discovered a ticket stub of unfamiliar origin, emblazoned with characters in a script I had never seen, yet comprehended instinctively. Henceforth, during late-night subway rides, I keenly observe my fellow passengers. Occasionally, when light strikes just so, I catch glimpses of blurred outlines and lingering afterimages. And on rare occasions, I sense a distant humming that resonates not in my ears, but in my very core a reminder that reality is far more fluid than we perceive, particularly within the threshold spaces between consciousness and slumber. Story 13. Climbing a set of decaying stone steps in a hidden courtyard, I noticed an unfamiliar symbol etched deeply into the weathered surface. The mark glowed faintly under the filtered light, and the cool, mossy scent of aged stone mixed with my growing curiosity. Pausing, I found myself entranced by the mysterious carving, as if it held the key to a long-hidden secret. The symbol was unlike anything I had ever seen before, intricate swirls and angular lines that seemed to shift subtly as I gazed at them from different angles. Kneeling down to examine it closer, the smooth stone felt unexpectedly warm beneath my fingertips, despite the chill of the autumn air. A gentle breeze rustled through the nearby trees, carrying the fragrant blend of late-blooming flowers and aging leaves. Each evening I felt drawn back to those steps, watching as the fading sunlight danced across the worn surface, causing the symbol to pulse with a soft inner light. The more I studied the symbol, the more I began to notice other peculiarities about the courtyard. The ivy along the walls seemed to avoid the area surrounding the marked step, creating a perfect circle of bare stone. On quiet nights, a faint humming seemed to emanate from beneath the surface, like a distant melody played on crystal glasses. During one visit, I brought my sketchbook to capture the symbol's essence. As I traced its lines, my hand moved with a strange certainty, guided by an unseen force. The resulting drawing revealed tiny markings around the main symbol, forming what appeared to be words in an unknown script. Oddly, the next day, these additional markings had shifted slightly, like constellations slowly rotating in the night sky. As the autumn days grew shorter, I timed my visits to align with sunset. The golden hour cast long shadows across the courtyard, and in that magical light I made a remarkable discovery. At the precise angle of the sun, the symbol cast a shadow that pointed to a small alcove previously unnoticed. Within this hidden recess were more marks, each connected to the first in a mysterious web. With winter's approach came early evenings and frost that coated the stone, yet the marked area remained clear, almost resistant to the ice. On cold nights, a mist rose from the symbol, forming shapes that almost resembled letters before melting into the winter air. The symbol began to seep into my dreams, transforming into doorways and paths leading to forgotten places. These dreams left me with a profound sense of tranquility, despite their enigmatic nature. In my waking hours, I hummed a melody tied to the symbol, a gentle, rolling tune evoking distant waves and ancient winds. One evening, an elderly woman appeared beside me on the steps, her silver hair shimmering in the fading light. Without a word, she traced the symbol with a weathered finger, and the humming grew louder, as if the air itself shimmered with starlight. When I turned to speak with her, she vanished as quietly as she had arrived. Yet in her absence, I felt only a deep connection to something ancient and vast. She left behind a smooth stone that fit perfectly in my hand, etched with a miniature version of the symbol. Now I visit the steps daily, carrying the stone like a talisman. The mystery of the symbol remains unsolved, but I've learned that some secrets are meant to be felt rather than understood. The mark on the steps has become a gateway to contemplation, a reminder that magic and mystery lie just beneath the surface, waiting for those who pause to notice. In the quiet moments between day and night, I swear I hear the old woman's voice on the evening breeze, humming that enchanting melody. Though I may never fully grasp the symbol's meaning, I found peace in its presence, a reminder that not all mysteries require solving to be appreciated. Story 14. On a wandering stroll through a historic area, I stumbled upon an ancient iron gate adorned with intricate carvings. Despite the erosion of time, the delicate motifs and symbols seemed to narrate a story of love and loss. The gate's rusty scent mixed with the crisp breeze, and as I trailed my fingertips along the weathered metal, I felt a narrative waiting to be unveiled, a tale etched in every curve and line. The dusk air carried the soft murmur of autumn leaves, and gentle golden light filtered through the canopy above. Standing before the gate, I observed how the dwindling sunlight played on the deeper carvings, casting shadows that danced and shifted mysteriously. The metal felt cool to the touch, its surface textured by years of exposure to the elements. There was something about the patterns that drew me in. They weren't just ornamental, they formed letters in an elegant script I couldn't quite decipher, intertwined with flowing depictions of vines and blossoms. As I traced the intricate designs with my fingertip, a peculiar warmth spread through my hand, despite the gate's chill. The sensation was subtle yet undeniable, akin to touching a sun-warmed stone. Beyond the gate, a path meandered into shadowed depths. Towering trees created a natural archway, their branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. The air carried the earthy fragrance of fallen leaves mingled with a hint of something floral, perhaps old roses or lavender, though no blooms were in sight. Each time I tried to step away, a new detail captivated my gaze. A particular spiral in the metalwork led to another, then another, forming an endless cascade that always circled back to a central motif, a heart-shaped emblem nearly erased by time. Within its fading contours, I discerned two sets of initials and what seemed to be a date. As darkness descended, the atmosphere shifted, and the engravings took on a different aspect. Under the deepening shadows, the patterns seemed to morph and evolve. What once resembled twining vines now appeared as written words in an unfamiliar script. I found myself swaying slightly, entranced by the hypnotic designs. The soft tap of my umbrella against the gate I hadn't realized I was still clutching. It shattered my reverie. The sound reverberated with an uncanny resonance, like a bell tolling underwater. In that instant, I sensed a response emanating from the garden beyond, a whisper carried on the wind. It may have been the rustle of leaves or something more elusive. I began to perceive how the engravings depicted fragments of a narrative. Here, two figures locked in embrace. There, a flourishing garden in full bloom. Farther along, the same garden in winter, skeletal branches stretching towards an unseen sky. The scenes flowed seamlessly, linked by sweeping lines that might have represented time itself, or memory, or yearning. Time seemed fluid in this place. The street lamps flickered on unnoticed, bathing the metal in a warm glow. Each beam of light exposed new intricacies in the carvings, a hidden bird here, a fallen leaf there, all contributing to the overarching tale I was slowly unraveling. The story recounted the saga of two lovers who once tended the garden beyond. Their names had faded with time, but their story endured, preserved in iron and decay. Together they had cultivated something beautiful, something that blossomed and thrived. Yet like all gardens, theirs had its seasons. The engravings chronicled how their love had withstood changes, braved winters, and ultimately transmuted into something everlasting. As I lingered there, time flowing like a river around me, I comprehended that the gate was more than a mere barrier or entrance. It was a tribute, a love note forged in metal to withstand the ages. The weathered heart at its core wasn't a symbol of deterioration, but of resilience. Even as the details faded, the essence endured, touching each soul who paused to observe, to ponder, to feel. A distant church bell chimed, merging with the hushed sigh of the evening breeze. I cast one final glance at the gate, knowing I would return, knowing also that it would never appear identical twice. As I turned to depart, my fingers grazed the heart-shaped emblem one last time. In that fleeting instant, I felt a gentle warmth pulsate through the metal, akin to a heartbeat preserved in iron, still pulsing after all these years. The tale of the gate lingered with me as I journeyed home through the enveloping twilight. I now realize that some stories aren't meant to be fully deciphered, they are meant to be felt, to resonate in the space between knowing and wondering, between seeing and believing. The faded carvings had shared what they desired to share, safeguarding their deeper enigmas within their iron embrace. Story 15. On a peculiarly cool night, I ventured into a deserted train yard at the outskirts of the town. Amidst the rusty tracks and silent, decaying locomotives, a solitary light flickered intermittently atop an ancient signal tower. The scent of metal rust and damp concrete hung in the air as the stuttering glow pulsed like a heartbeat in the enveloping darkness, hinting at hidden tales of journeys interrupted long ago. Each step I took on the gravel path was accompanied by the soft crunching sound beneath my feet, harmonizing with the gentle whisper of wind passing through hollow train carriages. An unusual stillness pervaded the atmosphere, the kind that settles in places forsaken by the relentless march of time. Moths gracefully danced around the few operational lampposts, their delicate wings casting fleeting shadows that danced across the weathered metal surfaces. Mesmerized, I found myself irresistibly drawn to that solitary blinking light in the tower. Its rhythm was neither predictable nor chaotic, but carried a sense of purpose that eluded me. The pattern stirred a distant memory, or perhaps a fragment of a forgotten dream within me. As I drew closer, I observed that the windows surrounding the tower remained shrouded in darkness, amplifying the significance of that lone illumination. The slightly ajar door to the tower emitted a mournful, low note as the wind caught it, beckoning me inside. Upon entering, I felt a shift in the air, a weighty, electrifying anticipation that prickled the fine hairs on my arms. The wooden stairs groaned under my weight, releasing the faint aroma of aged timber and decades-old dust. Ascending to the top floor, I stumbled upon an antiquated control room adorned with obsolete equipment. Switches, levers, and dial gauges adorned the walls, their brass and copper fittings dulled by neglect. However, my gaze fixated on the source of the enigmatic light, an ancient signal lamp that should have long been devoid of power, yet continued its mesmerizing pulse. As I stood there, a remarkable realization dawned upon me. The light's rhythm began to synchronize with the gentle cadence of my breath, as if acknowledging my presence. The room's ambience subtly shifted, enveloping me in an inexplicable connection to this forgotten realm. Whispers of bygone conversations lingered in the cool air, intermingled with echoes of train whistles and the phantom stir of travelers who had traversed this yard in bygone eras. Settling into an old operator's chair, I found myself spellbound by the interplay of light and shadow across the control panel. The rhythmic blinking seemed to narrate a tale of solitary nights, of signals dispatched into the obscurity, of ties forged and severed. My fingertips traced the worn edges of the control panel, and I fancied I could sense the lingering warmth of hands that had toiled here decades past. Time seemed to dissolve as I sat there, enveloped in the gentle pulse of light and the melodic symphony of nocturnal sounds. The distant hoot of an owl merged harmoniously with the whisper of wind through shattered windows, composing a lullaby of solitude. I observed the evolving complexity in the light's pattern, almost akin to a cryptic code. In that moment, a realization sent a subtle shiver down my spine. I wasn't merely an observer of the light. It, too, observed me. Not menacingly, but with the patient curiosity of something primordial and sentient. The radiance of the signal lamp reached out, casting warm tendrils of light that etched stories on the walls in Morse code shadows. As night deepened, I stumbled upon logbooks filled with faded script, chronicling the passage of trains through the yard, each entry more captivating than the last. The concluding entry, dated decades ago, simply stated, "The light knows the way home." Beneath it, a sequence of dots and dashes had been meticulously inscribed, a message beyond my deciphering, yet resonating deep within my being. When I eventually departed the tower hours later, the light persisted in its unwavering pulse behind me. I harbored a certainty that I would be drawn back, lured by the enigma of that singular beacon in the obscurity. Sometimes, on tranquil nights, I find myself synchronizing my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering if somewhere in that forsaken yard, it continues to blink its ancient missive into the night. The saga of the flickering light remains unresolved in my mind, akin to a half-recalled reverie. Perhaps that is the essence of it. Certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled, their allure residing not in their resolution, but in the queries they leave lingering in our minds, as delicate as moth wings against a window pane. Story 16. In a forgotten nook of an abandoned library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript with aged pages covered in enigmatic footnotes. Each small annotation, written in a mysterious hand, hinted at a concealed tale lurking beneath the surface. The faint scent of ancient parchment and ink hung in the air, adding a sense of intrigue that beckoned me to unravel the hidden lore hidden within the text. The leather binding whispered softly as I turned each brittle page, feeling the weight of centuries of dust on my fingertips. While the main text appeared to be a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore, the footnotes painted a different picture. Initially, the annotations seemed ordinary, filled with academic references and explanations. But as I delved deeper into the manuscript, the tone shifted. The writing in the margins grew urgent, the ink bleeding into the paper with a darkness that hinted at secrets untold. References to obscure texts transformed into personal musings, then evolved into what appeared to be diary entries. The unknown author described eerie sounds in empty corridors, shadows dancing against the light, and whispers that reverberated in empty spaces. Lost in the hushed corner of the library, surrounded by towering shelves that seemed to lean in as if listening, I found myself immersed in the warm glow of a desk lamp that illuminated the pages while casting deep shadows between the bookcases. As daylight waned, the shadows stretched and crept across the floor like a silent tide. One footnote in particular caught my eye. It mentioned a series of numbers resembling dates, yet following no familiar calendar. Below them, in shaky script, were the words, "The patterns reveal themselves only in darkness. They speak of what exists between moments, in the spaces where time folds upon itself." As I pondered these enigmatic notes, I began noticing peculiar occurrences in my own life. Books would materialize on my desk without my intervention. The library seemed to rearrange itself, creating new pathways that always led me back to the manuscript. The rustle of turning pages would whisper through the air, even when the book lay closed before me. The footnotes grew more personal, as if the annotator knew they were communicating with a future reader, with me. They spoke of a dawning awareness, a gradual realization that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations became a conduit, spanning not just pages but years, perhaps even centuries. Time blurred as I delved deeper into the mysterious marginalia. The library clocks ticking slowed, then ceased entirely. The quality of light remained unchanged, as if the sun had paused in its journey. Lost in a twilight that never quite surrendered to darkness, I followed the footnotes through a labyrinth of interconnected references, unveiling ancient secrets of time manipulation and hidden knowledge. As I approached the final pages, the annotations shifted from urgency to tranquility. The last note simply stated, "To grasp time, one must step outside of it. You, the reader of these words, have already embarked on that journey." Upon lifting my gaze from the manuscript, I sensed a shift in the silence enveloping me. It felt profound, pregnant with untold stories. The shadows between the shelves no longer seemed vacant, but teemed with subtle movements, like unseen curtains swaying in a gentle breeze. Now I visit the library daily, though the boundaries of time blur and the manuscript's contents morph with each reading. Occasionally, ghostly figures of past scholars flicker at the edge of my vision, drawn to the enigmatic footnotes. We share a silent communion, connected by a shared fascination with the mysteries within those pages. The true essence of the manuscript eludes me, but I've come to realize that some enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than solved. In the quiet interludes amid the shelves, surrounded by the soft murmurs of ancient texts, I've discovered a different kind of wisdom, one that dwells in the gaps between perception and revelation. I continue to read, guided by the footnotes that lead me through their intricate maze of significance. Perhaps one day you too will stumble upon this manuscript. When you do, remember that the most profound mysteries are those that transform us not by answers, but by the gentle art of pondering. Story 17, deep within the dim recesses of a revered library, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove concealed behind towering shelves laden with forgotten manuscripts. The soft light seeping through a weathered window unveiled dusty tomes and relics that murmured tales of bygone wisdom. The aroma of leather-bound volumes and aged parchment enveloped the space, imparting a sense of stumbling upon a clandestine haven of knowledge reserved solely for the most inquisitive spirits. As the guardian of the library's nocturnal hours, I had grown accustomed to the gentle rhythm of the building at night, the faint groans of wooden shelves settling, the murmur of wind through ancient ventilation shafts, and the distant ticking of the grand clock in the main hall. Yet this alcove felt distinct, as if it dwelled within its own pocket of time, untouched by the contemporary world beyond the library's weathered facade. I found myself drawn to this sanctuary during my nightly patrols, observing how the moonlight wove ever-shifting patterns through the intricate lead-light window. The dancing shadows seemed to trace enigmatic symbols on the worn wooden floor, reminiscent of forgotten scripts. Occasionally, in the hushed stillness of the night, I could almost swear I caught the faintest whisper of pages turning, though always alone in this secluded corner. One evening, while perusing the books lining the alcove's walls, I discerned something peculiar about their arrangement. The smooth leather spines, polished by centuries of hands, seemed to form a deliberate pattern when viewed from specific angles. The varying heights, subtle variations in color, and their meticulous positioning it felt beyond mere chance. I dedicated more time to studying these volumes, meticulously documenting their placements and observing how the moonlight interacted with them throughout the night. My flashlight's beam would catch gilded lettering that appeared to shift with the passing hours, unveiling fragments of text in unfamiliar languages. The air in the alcove grew heavier with each passing night, laden with the weight of untold narratives. Amid my exploration, I chanced upon a peculiar tome that exuded warmth as if recently held by another reader. Its pages remained blank, yet when illuminated by my flashlight precisely at midnight, faint traces of writing emerged, morphing and shifting before my eyes. The words eluded my grasp, fleeting like the remnants of a dream upon waking. The toll of the grand clock marked the hours as I delved deeper into the enigma of the alcove. I began noting subtle alterations, books subtly changing position between visits, the window framing views of the night sky askew from its actual placement, and a persistent feeling of a presence reading over my shoulder. My fellow guards noticed a transformation within me as well. I spoke of the library's history with growing familiarity, as if witnessing its construction centuries past. I found myself comprehending fragments of ancient tongues never before studied, and my dreams overflowed with visions of expansive halls of wisdom extending beyond the library's physical confines. The most astonishing revelation came on a winter night beneath a full moon and crystal-clear skies. Seated in my customary spot, a book tumbled from its shelf, unfurling to reveal a detailed chronicle of a clandestine society of librarians who purportedly unearthed the means to immortalize knowledge not solely in words, but within the very essence of space itself. They had crafted sanctuaries akin to my alcove repositories where the boundary between reader and text, between past and present, blurred. It dawned on me then that I had been enveloped into something grander than myself. The alcove had selected me, as it had others before, beckoning me into a lineage stretching across centuries. The whispers I discerned were not mere echoes of an aging edifice, but the voices of myriad readers who had occupied this very space, enriching the collective wisdom enshrined within these walls. Now, as I pen this narrative in the gentle beam of my flashlight, I acknowledge that I may never wholly grasp the true essence of this place. The alcove remains a mystery, its secrets unfurling in their own time, akin to words materializing on ostensibly blank pages. Yet solace washes over me in knowing that somewhere within the depths of this ancient library, a realm exists where the boundaries of reality waver, where knowledge flows like a stream, and where the act of reading transcends the ordinary constraints of time and space. I persist in my nightly vigil, safeguarding both the library and its concealed marvels. The alcove patiently awaits in its corner, prepared to welcome the next intrepid soul to chance upon its threshold. And occasionally, when the moon gleams bright and the silence profound, I could swear I discern the gentle rustle of pages, as if unseen readers partake in my watch, all bound by the timeless enchantment of words and the enigmas they hold. Story 18. On a serene night disturbed by a sudden downpour, I ventured outside to retrieve my umbrella. To my surprise, a series of muddy footprints trailed away from my doorstep, leading into the darkness. The rain, with its rhythmic lullaby on the pavement, and the chill in the air carried a mysterious or a silent visitor's presence lingering, leaving me both intrigued and unsettled. Beneath the glow of the porch light, I observed as raindrops worked their magic, slowly blurring the outlines of each footprint, morphing them into vague, soft shapes against the wet ground. The rain cascaded in gentle waves, masking the usual evening noises with its soothing white noise. Exhaling wisps of mist into the cool air, I pondered the strange imprints before me. They were odd, not quite fitting the size or shape of any shoes I owned, yet somehow familiar. It appeared as though they were created by someone walking with deliberate intention, each step a careful placement. What captivated me most was their faint shimmer in the dim light, as if carrying minuscule specks of reflected moonlight. Intrigued by the enigmatic trail, I found myself compelled to follow, my own footsteps hushed by the wet earth, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain on my coat. The air bore the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil, and something elusive, a subtle, sweet fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. The path wound through my garden, where droplets adorned leaves and petals like delicate pearls on fine threads. Amidst the misty air, my night-blooming jasmine unfurled its blossoms, releasing its otherworldly perfume. The footprints weaved through the foliage with uncanny precision, never disturbing a single leaf or stem. It was as though the maker of the footprints had known precisely where to tread. Continuing along the trail, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon with the raindrops around the footprints. They seemed to pause for a split second before touching the ground, creating transient spheres of suspended water. The effect, subtle yet mesmerizing, would have gone unnoticed had I not been so attentive. The path led me to a small clearing where I often savored the sunset. Here the footprints formed a perfect circle, as if the creator had stood turning slowly in place. Within the circle, the grass seemed subtly altered, more silvery, perhaps, or imbued with a heightened vitality. Each blade danced in an imperceptible breeze. Kneeling down, I touched the grass, feeling its coolness and detecting a gentle vibration that tingled up my fingertips. The rain persisted in its soothing rhythm, but within the circle, each drop seemed to serenade a faint, melodious note as it descended. Rising slowly, I noticed the footprints extended beyond the circle, yet they had transformed. Fainter now, barely discernible against the dark soil, as if their creator had gradually diminished in substance. The strange, sweet scent from earlier intensified here, mingling with the rain-soaked air in a way that induced a sense of tranquility. Pursuing this fainter trail led me to the ancient oak tree at the edge of my land. Its colossal branches stretched like protective arms overhead, their leaves whispering secrets in the rain-kissed night. The footprints ceased at the tree's base, or perhaps they ascended its trunk shrouded in darkness and rain, the distinction between the marks and the natural bark blurred. Pressing my palm against the tree's damp bark, I perceived the same subtle pulsation I had felt in the grass circle. The oak seemed to throb with a subdued energy, akin to a slumbering heart beating in slow cadence. Rivulets of water trickled down its trunk, forming and reforming patterns that almost resembled written script, though they dissolved before I could decipher them. Immersed in the rain, I sensed a profound shift in the atmosphere. The air crackled with a gentle electricity, akin to the prelude of a rainbow's emergence. The raindrops now fell in intricate patterns, orchestrating a dance of light and shadow that harmonized with an inaudible melody. That night I never laid eyes on my silent visitor, yet their essence had metamorphosed my familiar garden into a realm of enchantment and novelty. Even after I retreated indoors, shedding raindrops from my coat, remnants of their presence lingered in the air around me. The peculiar, sweet scent clung to my garments for days, and at times, during rainfall, I caught fleeting traces of it once more. Now on tranquil rainy evenings, I feel drawn outside, yearning to uncover fresh footprints meandering through my garden. Though they have not reappeared, a subtle transformation has occurred in the rain's descent, in my garden's growth, in the oak tree's sway in the breeze. My silent visitor bequeathed more than mere footprints they left behind, a gentle enigma that unfurls with every raindrop's descent. As I pen these words by lamplight, observing another storm approach, I ponder whether the visitor merely passed through, or if they left a fragment of themselves entwined within this domain. Sometimes, as I drift into slumber with the rain's soft patter outside my window, I swear I detect distant footsteps moving in perfect harmony with the raindrops, as if a spectral presence still wanders through my garden, leaving no trace but their ethereal essence. Story 19. In a forgotten corner of my home, amidst old belongings waiting to be rediscovered, I stumbled upon a locked drawer nestled within an antique desk. With a determined effort, the drawer yielded to my persistence, revealing a delicately folded note resting inside. The paper, aged and yellowed by time, bore the elegant script of a bygone era, hinting at a concealed truth about the house's past. A subtle scent of cedar and ancient ink wafted from the note, wrapping me in its embrace, beckoning me to uncover its enigmatic tale. As I unfolded the fragile paper with care, the hushed whisper of aging parchment filled the room, mingling with the soft light filtering through lace curtains, casting ethereal shadows that danced across the worn surface of the desk. A sense of anticipation hung in the air, yet it carried a tranquil weight, akin to the calm before a gentle rainfall. The note bore a date from a distant time, penned in a graceful script that resonated with echoes of history. "My dearest friend," it began, drawing me into a narrative laden with intrigue and mystery. The writer recounted a series of peculiar occurrences within the very walls that now surrounded me, phantom footsteps echoing through empty hallways, objects shifting subtly in solitude, and the mysterious appearance of fresh blooms in a vase under the full moon's watchful gaze. Enthralled, I sank deeper into my chair, captivated by the unfolding chronicle. Tales of a hidden chamber concealed within the house's labyrinthine depths emerged, a chamber cloaked in secrecy and safeguarding a treasure more precious than gold or gems, a trove of memories suspended in time. The rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock provided a hypnotic backdrop as I delved further into the writer's revelations, the pendulum's sway lulling me into a trance. An old journal discovered within the walls chronicled the lives of the house's original inhabitants in a manner that transcended mere recollection, delving into shared dreams and timeless conversations that traversed generations. As night descended beyond the window panes, I ignited a brass lamp, casting a warm radiance upon the pages that unfolded before me. References to cryptic symbols etched discreetly across doorframes throughout the house piqued my curiosity, transforming mundane adornments into a labyrinthine map leading to the clandestine chamber. My fingertips grazed the edge of the note, tracing the writer's efforts to decipher these enigmatic markings, their significance waxing and waning with the lunar cycle. Outside, the rustling of leaves and the play of shadows on the walls wove a natural symphony, harmonizing with the writer's conviction that the house bore witness to a tapestry of memories, a benign custodian of tales untold. As the narrative neared its zenith, the writer disclosed a profound revelation, dreams that blurred the line between past and present, where visions of a woman garbed in a sapphire gown unfolded wordlessly yet with purpose. Her enigmatic presence hinted at a deeper truth, a message veiled in the enigma of time and remembrance that permeated the very essence of the house. A cryptic prophecy embroidered the note's conclusion. When the midnight bells toll 13 times and moonlight illuminates the seventh step, the path shall unveil itself to those who listen with their hearts, not their ears. With bated breath, I absorbed these words, attuned to the symphony of nocturnal whispers that enveloped my abode, the creak of floorboards, the sigh of the wind, the subtle cadence of time slipping away. The note concluded abruptly, its author anonymous, leaving me adrift in a sea of questions and possibilities. As I gingerly folded the parchment, a faint sketch caught my eye, a familiar geometric pattern etched discreetly in a corner, its significance eluding my grasp. Gazing up from the desk, I discerned a shift in the room's ambience, a subtle metamorphosis suffusing the air with an aura of understanding, not foreboding. Each shadow, every creak, all seemed imbued with newfound significance, whispering of untold narratives embedded in the wall's very timbers. Placing the note back into the drawer, I left it unlocked, sensing that this enigma was but the prelude to a grander odyssey, unfolding gradually like the dawn's gentle ascent. As darkness enveloped the room, I pondered the possibility of encountering the enigmatic woman in the sapphire gown within the realm of dreams, envisaging the secrets she might impart in the hush of night's embrace. The grandfather clock's steady cadence persisted, a reassuring pulse in the tapestry of night, while in the distance a church bell tolled, marking the passage of time. Absently counting the chimes, my thoughts lingered on the enigmatic note, the final echo fading into silence, leaving behind the faint rustle of fabric, akin to the whisper of a cerulean gown traversing an empty expanse. Story 20. Amid the hushed corridors of a neglected gallery brimming with forgotten family treasures, my gaze fell upon a portrait that seemed out of place, a spectral figure, its eyes veiled with an untold sorrow. Concealed behind the frame, a fragile letter lay nestled, exuding the faint perfume of aged parchment and lavender, beckoning me to unravel the secrets veiled within its delicate script. The gallery itself stood as a silent witness to the passage of time, where dust motes pirouetted in the soft afternoon light filtering through tall, time-worn windows. The aged wooden panels whispered tales of yesteryears with every creak underfoot, echoing the countless footsteps that had tread before mine. With trembling fingers, I extracted the letter, its weathered pages whispering of a bygone era. The portrait, a haunting depiction of a woman from the Victorian era, watched me with an enigmatic gaze, her countenance a blend of melancholy and resolve that stirred a curiosity within me. The script on the letter unfurled like tendrils of a fading memory, recounting a tale of departure and a quest for ancestral truths. The words painted a vivid picture of dreams woven with threads of an old music box, a hidden key, and the whispers of a long-lost manor by the misty shore. In the stillness of that moment, as I delved into the missive, the present dissolved, yielding to the gentle scratch of a quill etching secrets onto parchment. My dearest Elizabeth, by the time you find this letter, I will have embarked on a voyage across the sea in pursuit of our grandmother's enigmatic legacy. The correspondence bore witness to a legacy shrouded in mystery, a map concealed within the portrait's frame, awaiting discovery by one meant to unearth its hidden truths. The letter's cryptic instructions hinted at a treasure trove of wisdom passed down through generations, urging trust in intuition over sight. As the final words of the letter faded into the gallery's ancient echoes, a newfound awareness enveloped me, infusing the surroundings with a sense of quiet revelation. The shifting shadows cast by the waning light revealed subtle nuances within the portrait, hinting at secrets waiting to be unveiled. Contemplating the enigma before me, I pondered the path laid out by Margaret's letter, the allure of the unknown tugging at my curiosity. Yet I knew that some mysteries transcended immediate resolution, beckoning to be unraveled in their own time. Gently tucking the letter back into its hiding place, I made a copy of its contents in my journal, preserving the essence of Margaret's legacy for further exploration. As I prepared to depart, a phantom melody brushed against my senses, a fleeting echo of a forgotten tune drifting through the gallery's tranquil embrace. The portrait's gaze lingered upon me as I stepped away, a silent invitation to delve deeper into its enigmatic narrative. The gallery exuded a serene aura, akin to a slumbering tale awaiting its awakening, hinting at a journey yet to unfold. With a heart attuned to the whispers of dreams, I left the gallery that evening, the unanswered questions swirling like autumn leaves on a tranquil pond, knowing that the mysteries of the past would reveal themselves when the time was ripe. Story 21, A Whisper in the Night. In the deep hush of midnight, as I lay in bed, a stray echo reached my ears, a voice both familiar and hauntingly distant. The soft hum of the air conditioner and the gentle rustle of leaves outside entwined, creating a spectral melody that stirred long-forgotten memories. That night my bedroom seemed to shift, bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight, casting ethereal patterns on the walls, patterns that seemed to pulse with a subtle rhythm. The air itself held a peculiar weight, akin to the stillness before a summer storm, pregnant with anticipation. I observed how the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, almost as if they were gathering to share whispered secrets among themselves. The voice returned, a mere whisper on the edge of my perception, reminiscent of wind chimes swaying in a gentle breeze, melancholic yet strangely beautiful. Slowly I sat up, the blanket slipping off with a soft sigh of fabric gliding against fabric. The cool, solid wooden floor beneath my feet grounded me in reality, even as my thoughts drifted into the realm of the inexplicable. Navigating through the familiar rooms of my house at night had always been a well-rehearsed ballet of muscle memory and cautious steps, but on this night each space held an unfamiliar quality. The hallway stretched before me, its walls seeming to absorb light rather than reflect it back. Family photos gazed at me with distant eyes from their glass confines, their once familiar faces now distant and enigmatic. The voice guided me to my study, where books lined the walls in orderly rows, their spines creating a tapestry of muted colors in the darkness. My old reading chair sat empty but imbued with a sense of anticipation, as if someone had just vacated it. The leather still retained a lingering warmth, and next to it, my grandmother's antique table lamp cast a soft, pulsating amber light, as if breathing with each phantom whisper. Something peculiar caught my eye amidst my collection of vinyl records. A lone album stood slightly apart from the others, its sleeve bearing the marks of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had touched it, yet there it stood, like a patient messenger awaiting my attention. The dust cover of the record player was open, although I distinctly remembered closing it the night before. Almost involuntarily, my hands lifted the record from its sleeve. The vinyl surface caught the warm light of the lamp, creating hypnotic concentric circles of reflection that drew me in. Placing it on the turntable, the needle found its groove without my guidance, and music began to play, not the expected symphony, but the gentle sound of rain falling on a tin roof, mingling with distant piano notes that seemed to echo from the depths of memory itself. The voice intertwined with these sounds, more defined now, uttering words that felt like shards of a conversation from a dream. It spoke of summer evenings spent on a porch swing, of promises whispered beneath starlit skies, and of time slipping away like grains of sand through gentle fingers. My grandmother's antique clock ticked steadily in the corner, each swing of its brass pendulum seemingly stretching into eternity. The voice wove tales of her, evoking memories of evenings spent listening to her stories, her hands busy with needlework under the warm glow of the same lamp. Did she know something about this voice? Had she left me a message that I was only now beginning to decipher? The room's temperature shifted subtly, creating currents of air that made the lamp's light dance. Shadows took on new depths, revealing intricate patterns that evoked memories of my grandmother's lace doilies, each design hinting at hidden meanings. Sinking into my reading chair, its familiar embrace enveloped me as the voice continued its ethereal soliloquy. Its cadence matched the pendulum of the clock, weaving a hypnotic tapestry of memory and enigma. My fingers traced the worn grooves on the chair's armrests, following the imprints left by years of similar gestures. The contents of the bookshelves seemed to breathe in harmony with the voice, their essence shifting imperceptibly. One particular book drew my gaze, a volume of poetry gifted to me by my grandmother long ago. Its spine glowed faintly in the lamplight, and I realized the voice recited verses I had once read aloud to her during her final days. Time flowed like honey in winter, thick with significance yet resistant to quantification. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, though its words remained just beyond complete understanding. It spoke of connections that transcended time, of a love that resonated through generations, of memories that lingered in the spaces between heartbeats. As dawn approached, its pale fingers stretching through the window, the voice began to fade. The record spun silently, the needle tracing its eternal path. The lamp's light pulsed one final time, and in that instant I grasped a profound truth about memory and loss, about how certain voices never truly depart, they simply wait for the opportune moment to whisper their truths. With the full arrival of morning, I found myself still seated in the reading chair, the record player quiet, the lamp extinguished. No trace remained of my nocturnal encounter, save for a book of poetry lying open on the side table, adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Whether reality or dream, the experience mattered less than the lingering feeling it bestowed, a connection to something vast and enigmatic, yet intimately known. The voice may have vanished with the night, but its echo lingered on, gently reminding me that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than explained. In the tranquil moments that followed, I found solace in the ambiguity, in the space between certainty and wonder, where the most exquisite mysteries found their dwelling. Story 22. In a rare encounter with a decaying, deserted theater, I settled into a seat within the dimly lit auditorium. The hush of the room embraced me, and a faint, almost elusive laughter whispered through the aisles. This soft laughter intertwined with the musty aroma of velvet curtains and aging props, as if the theater, now forsaken, retained echoes of nights filled with applause and happiness, now reduced to spectral murmurs. I had ventured here in search of inspiration for my writing, intrigued by tales of the building's peculiar ambience. The weighty wooden doors had groaned open at my touch, beckoning me into a realm suspended between past and present. Dust particles pirouetted in slender rays of light streaming through lofty windows, crafting ethereal patterns that danced and swayed like phantom performers on an unseen stage. The faded red velvet seats, though worn, exuded a certain grace. Tracing my fingers along their weathered fabric, I sensed the myriad tales woven into their fibers, countless evenings of entertainment, love, and enchantment. The air carried a subtle sweetness beneath its aged exterior, faintly reminiscent of antique perfume and cosmetic powders, akin to the lingering essence of bygone artists. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, I glimpsed subtle movements in my peripheral vision. The hefty stage draperies would occasionally stir, despite the absence of any breeze. The gentle rustle of fabric was accompanied by soft footsteps traversing the stage, their rhythm mirroring the cadence of a forgotten dance. In the quiet, I began to discern more sounds, the soft creaking of floorboards, as if unseen performers were taking their places, and the whisper-soft rustle of pages turning, akin to an unseen prompter reviewing their script. These sounds were not menacing, but rather soothing, akin to being cocooned in a quilt of memories. Time seemed to ebb differently in this place. Minutes elongated into hours as I sat immobile, absorbing the theater's tranquil symphony. The afternoon light gradually shifted, casting elongated shadows over the vacant seats. These shadows seemed to morph into shapes, the outlines of an attentive audience, their forms hinting at elegant evening attire and meticulously styled hair. The laughter I had previously heard revisited, now accompanied by what sounded like muted applause. It was distant yet intimate, akin to a recording played at the faintest volume. I closed my eyes, allowing the sound to envelop me. Upon reopening them, I could have sworn I caught a glimpse of a dress fluttering behind a column, the fabric catching the light fleetingly before vanishing. As evening approached, the theater seemed to awaken. The temperature would shift unexpectedly, patches of warmth followed by cool breezes, as if imperceptible figures were passing by. The stage lights, though dormant for decades, seemed to emit a faint, phosphorescent glow, barely discernible yet undeniably present. I felt drawn towards the stage. The wooden steps creaked beneath my weight as I ascended, each sound reverberating through the vacant expanse. Standing at center stage, facing the sea of empty seats, yet they did not feel devoid at all. The air thrummed with anticipation, like an audience holding its breath prior to the opening lines of a show. From this standpoint, I noticed details previously overlooked. Small items scattered around the wings, a tarnished hand mirror, a lone glove, an ancient script with yellowed, curling pages, all arranged as if their owners had momentarily stepped away. The mirror's surface, though dulled by time, occasionally captured reflections that should not have been there, fleeting movements, splashes of color vanishing before I could focus on them. When I finally spoke, my voice emerged as a mere whisper, "Is someone there?" The words lingered in the air, swallowed by the darkness beyond the stage. The reply was not immediate, but rather a gradual amalgamation of subtle sounds, the rustle of fabric, distant murmurs, the soft tap of footsteps, intertwining like a symphony building towards its climax. As I stood there, I came to realize that the theater was not truly vacant. It was teeming with echoes, not just of sound, but of moments, emotions, and experiences. Each performance, each chuckle, each tear shed during a poignant scene had left an imprint, forming layers of memory that had somehow materialized in the quietude. The laughter I had heard was not malicious or derisive. It was jubilant, appreciative, the kind that arises from genuine amusement and joy. It seemed as though the theater had absorbed all these instances of happiness and occasionally allowed them to seep back into our realm, akin to notes from a self-playing music box. As darkness encroached, I knew it was time to depart. Wending my way through the aisles, I felt a gentle tug, as if the theater wished to detain me a while longer. The exit door appeared farther than I recalled, and the path leading to it wound through patches of shadow that seemed new. Upon reaching the door at last, I cast a final glance backward. In that fleeting moment, I could have sworn I beheld the entire theater as it must have been in its prime seats, brimming with shadowy figures, stage lights radiating warmth, curtains quivering with anticipation. Yet it vanished in an instant, leaving behind the familiar emptiness. Yet as I stepped outside, I comprehended that empty was not the accurate term at all. The theater was replete, brimming with narratives, with recollections, with instants frozen in time. And at times, if one listens attentively enough, they can perceive them all unfolding once more, an eternal performance for a solitary spectator. The laughter I had encountered would linger with me, a reminder that certain places are never truly forsaken. They simply bide their time, amassing memories until someone arrives who knows how to discern the echoes of joy lingering in the shadows. Story 23. Amid a tranquil afternoon saunter through a forsaken courtyard, a captivating, spicy fragrance caught my senses off guard. The aroma, a tantalizing fusion of exotic spices and aged stone, drifted through the air as if whispering a hidden tale. With each step, I felt an irresistible pull towards the origin of this enigmatic perfume, driven to unravel the mystery veiled within it. The courtyard, a neglected sanctuary, was embraced by weathered walls cloaked in ancient ivy. Soft autumn breezes stirred fallen leaves across weathered flagstones, composing hushed melodies that seemed to harmonize with the mysterious scent. The fading light of the late afternoon filtered through a canopy of branches above, casting intricate shadows that waltzed slowly across the ground. Delving further into the space, I noticed subtle shifts in the atmosphere. The fragrance, rich with spices, intensified near a specific corner where an old wooden door stood, its surface adorned with intricate patterns weathered by time. The scent stirred elusive memories, akin to fragments from childhood winters or dreams that lingered upon waking. A peculiar stone bench against the wall beckoned to me. Its surface, smooth and weathered by years of rain and wind, exuded a strangely welcoming warmth under my touch. As I settled on the bench, the fragrance seemed to pulse gently, like a distant heartbeat, offering an oddly comforting sensation despite its mysterious nature. From my seated vantage point, I began to discern peculiar details that had eluded me earlier. Carved symbols decorated the bases of the surrounding columns, their meanings obscured by time. They appeared to subtly shift when viewed from different angles, a trick of the light, perhaps. The ivy that veiled the walls occasionally quivered, even in the absence of a breeze. Time seemed to flow differently within that realm. Shadows stretched at an unusual pace, and minutes, or were they hours, slipped away unnoticed. The spicy aroma would ebb and flow, leading me through an unseen dance, each wave unveiling new nuances. Hints of cinnamon, traces of cardamom, whispers of something ancient and profound. One evening, an elderly gardener materialized as I lingered there, tending to plants in a distant corner. When I inquired about the fragrance, she smiled knowingly but divulged no answers. Her cryptic words lingered. Some places hold memories we've forgotten. Before I could press for more information, she vanished behind a hedge, leaving me to ponder her cryptic message. The mystery deepened as I discovered peculiar objects appearing on the bench during my visits. A tarnished brass key with no matching lock, a withered flower of an unknown species, a scrap of paper inscribed in an unfamiliar script. Each item would vanish by my next visit, replaced by another puzzling artifact. Weeks drifted by and the courtyard lured me back almost daily. The fragrance became a constant companion, evolving subtly with each visit while retaining its essence. Shadows flickered at the edge of my vision, teasing glimpses of a presence that vanished upon direct inspection. On a particularly serene evening, as the last rays of daylight bathed the walls in amber hues, a wisp of fragrant smoke curled from between two flagstones near the bench. The smoke twisted into intricate shapes, almost resembling letters before dissipating into the encroaching darkness. The spicy scent, now more potent, enveloped me. As I reached out to touch the smoke, expecting it to dissipate, my fingertips tingled with a gentle warmth, and for a fleeting moment, I felt connected to something ancient and vast. Visions flashed through my mind, generations of individuals who had occupied this bench, each enmeshed in their own enigma. Their stories intertwined with mine, forming a tapestry of shared experiences that transcended time. With the onset of winter, the fragrance shifted once more, growing fainter, more elusive. The courtyard assumed a different demeanor in the chillier months, yet the aura of mystery persisted. The scent now manifested only at specific times, dawn, dusk, and those peculiar moments when time itself seemed to halt. To this day I return to the courtyard, the spicy fragrance a familiar companion whose origin remains shrouded in enigma. At times I feel on the verge of unraveling its secret, only for it to morph, revealing new facets that deepen the enigma. Perhaps some mysteries are not meant to be deciphered, but experienced, embraced, and carried as precious secrets. The gardener's words linger in my thoughts. Some places hold memories we've forgotten. In the tranquil interludes spent on that ancient bench, inhaling the mysterious aroma, I ponder whether it's not the place itself remembering, but rather the memories seeking a listener to share their tale. Story 24. On a misty evening, I passed by a deserted playground where weathered swings swayed softly in the gentle breeze. In the midst of the chill, a faint, almost imperceptible laughter lingered in the air, a fleeting echo of joyous voices from days long gone. The mingling scents of damp grass and aged metal enveloped me, stirring an eerie sensation that the playground held onto memories of laughter lost in the passage of time. My feet led me to a worn bench near the slide, its wooden slats polished smooth by countless parents who once watched their children frolic. The playground equipment's metal structure cast elongated shadows in the dim light, creating shifting and dancing patterns that played tricks on my peripheral vision. A soft wind whispered through the trees, carrying the earthy fragrance of autumn leaves. Initially, I convinced myself that I was merely exploring a new path home, seeking solitude for contemplation after a taxing day. Yet there was something about the tranquil isolation of the playground that beckoned me back night after night, each visit unveiling fresh layers of its mysterious allure. It had become my sanctuary, a realm where time moved in its own enigmatic rhythm. One hushed evening, as I perched on my customary bench, my gaze fell upon the carousel and a peculiar sight caught my attention. Though untouched by human hands, the metal horse figures gleamed with an unusual warmth, as if recently caressed by small, eager fingers. A subtle static hung in the air around them, reminiscent of children's laughter lingering in the silence between sounds. As weeks passed, subtle shifts in the playground's ambience became apparent. Swings would sway gently without a breath of wind, and tiny footprints would materialize in the morning dew, vanishing with the rising sun. The metal slide, moist with evening mist, would occasionally radiate warmth to the touch, as though a playful soul had just slid down its length. I began to document these mysteries in a notebook, unraveling patterns within the enigma. The phantom laughter, initially a mere whisper on the breeze, seemed to follow a cryptic schedule, almost tangible during certain twilight hours, especially under the full moon and veils of mist from the neighboring woods. It never crescendoed enough to be distinctly heard, perpetually lingering on the fringes of perception like a murmur in a dream. While other park visitors, mostly dog walkers and joggers, remained oblivious, passing through with unseeing eyes, I delved deeper into the playground's hidden world. I discerned that this place held a secret allure, unveiling itself solely to those who possessed the patience to listen and observe keenly. One evening, a scarlet ball awaited atop the carousel, motionless until nudged by an unseen force as I drew near. Anticipation thickened the air, and faint strains of children's tunes hummed just beyond my auditory grasp. The ball traced a perfect circle around the carousel's central pole, a silent dance that mesmerized. That night I lingered longer than usual, watching the moon ascend over the trees. The playground equipment cast shadows that seemed to possess a life of their own, while the swings moved in harmonious sway, syncing with the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The inaudible laughter, though soft in volume, saturated the air around me like a tender caress. In that moment, a profound realization washed over me. This playground wasn't haunted in the conventional sense. It was a haven, frozen in an eternal moment of unadulterated joy. The elusive laughter just beyond reach resonated with the echoes of every child who had ever reveled there, their bliss imprinted on the space like a photograph developed in light. The inexplicable occurrences weren't meant to evoke fear, but to serve as reminders of the enchantment that thrived in realms where innocence and creativity once reigned supreme. Months have passed since that night, yet I continue my twilight pilgrimages to the playground, attuned to the subtle cues that herald the peak of the inaudible laughter, a certain quality in the mist, a specific hue of twilight, the pregnant hush that blankets the air. On some nights I bring a book and read aloud to the vacant playground, and during those moments the swings sway with purpose, the carousel horses exude a regal stance, and the laughter, though silent, feels nearer than ever before. This tale remains my intimate secret, cherished for the sacred bond shared with a place existing on the border between memory and enchantment. The playground has imparted a profound wisdom upon me that some enigmas are not meant to be deciphered, but rather embraced and treasured. And so, I persist in my nocturnal rendezvous, content to be the solitary witness to a spectacle unfolding in whispers and shadows, accompanied by laughter that dances just beyond human perception. Story 25. On a moonlit night deep within the heart of the woods, I chanced upon an abandoned campsite, nearly swallowed whole by nature's embrace. The towering pines swayed gracefully, their needles whispering tales of times long forgotten. The air hung heavy with the fragrance of cedar and damp earth, carrying with it a hushed promise of hidden secrets veiled by the layers of time. As I wandered closer to the clearing, my footsteps softened by a carpet of fallen pine needles, I came upon the remnants of what once must have been a gathering spot. Weathered logs encircled an ancient fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a faint, ethereal glow under the moon's gentle caress. Their soft luminescence seemed to pulse ever so subtly, akin to a gentle breath stirring the night air. At the edge of the clearing stood the skeletal remains of an old cabin, its wooden walls weathered silver by countless seasons. Moonbeams filtered through chinks in the roof, casting intricate patterns upon the floor that seemed to shift and dance when I averted my gaze. The slightly ajar door swayed with the night breeze, emitting a soft, rhythmic creak that harmonized with the murmurs of the pines. Within the cabin, time had etched its own narrative. Dust motes pirouetted in the moon's embrace, while the wooden floor groaned beneath my weight, as if recounting ancient memories with each step. A stone fireplace loomed along one wall, its chimney stretching skyward like a silent sentinel. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves had gathered, forming enigmatic patterns reminiscent of an unknown script. Perched upon a small table near the window, I discovered an aged journal, its pages warped by humidity yet miraculously preserved. The leather cover exuded a warmth that defied the cool night air. Gingerly unfurling its pages, the spine crackled softly, unveiling elegant script that narrated of strange lights flickering amidst the trees and melodies carried by the wind, melodies that faded from memory upon hearing. The author chronicled how each twilight the pines would engage in whispered dialogues as darkness descended. They spoke of transient visitors, of shifts in the forest's demeanor, and of entities that stirred within the shadowed realms. The writer detailed how the mushrooms within the fire pit would radiate a heightened brilliance on certain evenings, their glow pulsing in tandem with distant echoes that hovered just beyond earshot. As I immersed myself in the journal's revelations, a subtle metamorphosis enveloped the atmosphere. The moonlight assumed a silvery hue, the shadows deepened, and the pines' whispers grew more discernible, though their meanings remained elusive. I found myself swaying involuntarily, as if swayed by an unseen zephyr, my breath synchronizing with an imperceptible rhythm in the air. The journal divulged a peculiar occurrence. On nights of the fullest moon, such as this one, the old fire pit would occasionally transmute into a reflective pool mirroring the heavens above, a liquid obsidian despite its arid state. Compelled to verify this enigmatic assertion, I ventured back outside, clutching the journal with reverence. The clearing appeared altered, though the nature of its transformation eluded my grasp. The log circle wove intricate patterns previously unseen, while the mushroom's glow intensified imperceptibly. Approaching the fire pit, I beheld the veracity of the journal's account. The ancient ashes now mirrored the celestial bodies with an unearthly clarity. Yet within that reflection, a revelation beckoned me closer. Among the mirrored stars, unfamiliar lights danced with a graceful purpose, akin to fireflies choreographing to an inaudible melody. Mesmerized by the spectacle, I endeavored to decipher the pine's murmurs, to glean the essence of their age-old conversations. Seating myself upon a log, the journal cradled in my lap, I began transcribing my own observations. Time unfurled in a unique cadence, blurring the boundaries between observer and observed. Was I the beholder or the beheld? Were the pines divulging their secrets or merely allowing me to eavesdrop on eternal dialogues? As dawn approached, a silken mist enshrouded the tree trunks, heralding the arrival of a new day. Penning a final entry in the journal, I chronicled the gradual wane of the mushroom's glow, the whispers fading into the mundane sounds of daybreak, and the fire pit's reflective surface reverting to ash as daylight breached the horizon. Restoring the journal to its rightful place upon the table, I acknowledged that despite my meticulous documentation, the enigma of that night would forever elude full comprehension. The pines resumed their murmurs, now conversing of commonplace matters of breeze and sunshine, of light and shade. Yet in moments of repose, when I closed my eyes, I sensed the lingering rhythm of that mystical night, the lure of enigmas content to dwell in the realm of half-revealed mysteries. Story 26. In the hushed stillness of a tranquil meadow at dawn, I found myself entranced by the glistening dew adorning the blades of grass. To my surprise, the tiny droplets had coalesced into intricate letters, a script crafted by the hand of nature itself. The delicate fragrance of moist soil and blooming wildflowers wafted through the air, enveloping me in a cocoon of serenity. It felt as though this fleeting message was a whispered secret meant solely for my eyes to behold. The morning mist draped the landscape in a soft, pearly veil, lending an ethereal quality to the scene. As I knelt closer to inspect the dew-kissed grass, my very breath stirred the air, sending subtle ripples across the delicate formations. The letters shimmered and swirled, their graceful curves and lines resembling a celestial dance just beyond the grasp of understanding. Day after day, I found myself drawn back to this enchanting meadow, a mysterious force compelling my return. With each sunrise, fresh messages emerged, their significance eluding me like a fleeting dream. The dew script evolved under the caress of the sun's warming rays, morphing from coherent symbols into abstract designs that dissolved into the verdant carpet below. Occasionally, foreign words in unknown tongues flickered into view, their shapes both familiar and foreign, teasing my senses. The gentle susurrus of the breeze weaving through the tall grass became my constant companion, accompanied by the harmonious melodies of early birds heralding the new day. I painstakingly transcribed the ephemeral messages into a weathered journal, my fingertips tracing the lingering dampness as I immortalized the cryptic symbols. The pages bore a faint ripple, as if retaining a memory of the dew-born letters. One mist-laden morning, a new pattern emerged, a spiraling mandala of words and symbols unfurling from a central point. The air thrummed with a quiet energy, the usual sounds muted as if the meadow itself held its breath in anticipation. My skin tingled as I traced the intricate design with wide-eyed wonder, attempting to decipher its enigmatic code. The enigmatic messages began appearing in unexpected places etched in the condensation on my window, aligned with precision, or materializing in the steam rising from my morning tea before dissipating into the ether. Even the frost on autumn leaves bore traces of this elusive communication, a symphony of nature's hidden language. In the realm of dreams, the scripts came alive, weaving silver threads through realms of shadow and light, whispering secrets in voices akin to rustling leaves and distant wind chimes. Each morning I awoke on the cusp of understanding, the elusive meaning slipping through my grasp like water through cupped hands. The journal burgeoned with each entry, a testament to this beguiling mystery. Hours turned to days as I immersed myself in comparing the patterns, noting their correlation with lunar phases, changing seasons, and the shifting hues of dawn. A profound realization dawned on me: the due script was but a fragment of a vast, unhurried dialogue between earth and sky, a silent conversation spanning epochs. As winter crept closer, the messages waned, manifesting only on pristine mornings when the air hung crystal clear and still. I cherished these fleeting moments, knowing that each one could be the last until the thaw of spring. Frost wove its own intricate tales on the frozen grass, a tapestry of delicate messages that glittered like diamonds in the wintry sun. Years have passed, yet I still pilgrimage to the meadow, though the messages now appear sporadically. I ponder if their purpose was to lead me to this state of tranquil observation, this reverence for the subtle enchantment of dawn. The dew still adorns leaf and blade with its pristine droplets, and while the letters have faded, I discern a different narrative in their patterns, a reminder that not all mysteries require unraveling to be profound. My journal rests upon the desk, its pages brimming with echoes of those early revelations. When I flip through its weathered leaves, I perceive a shifting dance of light and shadow, mirroring the fluidity of the due script itself. Perhaps comprehension was never the goal. Perhaps the true gift lay in those moments of quiet wonder, in learning to pause and witness life's enigmatic marvels with reverent eyes. The meadow stands as my sanctuary, where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurs in the first light of day. Though the crystalline messages may remain inscrutable, their presence has etched an eternal imprint upon my soul, imparting the wisdom that life's most profound experiences often unfold in the silent contemplation of questions without answers. Story 27. In the dim hues of an urban evening, my wandering led me to a peculiar discovery etched upon a weathered brick wall. A mysterious rhyme, its verses faded yet carrying a haunting melody that seemed to echo through the city's labyrinthine alleys. The air held a crispness mingled with the scent of rain-kissed concrete, as if the very essence of the city whispered ancient secrets meant only for those who dared to listen. I drew closer to the wall, my fingers tracing the uneven surface of the aged bricks. The words beneath my touch appeared to pulse, their ink caught in a delicate dance between presence and memory, neither fully fresh nor entirely faded. A soft breeze swept through the narrow street, carrying with it the gentle rustle of fallen leaves and distant echoes of life unfolding. It was then that I noticed a peculiar anomaly. Each line of the rhyme bore a different handwriting style, as though penned by multiple hands across time. Some letters flowed in elegant cursive, while others stood rigid and precise, yet the diverse styles melded together in an eerie harmony. The street lamps flickered to life, casting a warm glow that painted gentle shadows upon the wall as the encroaching darkness enveloped the scene. I reached for my phone to illuminate the text, but to my bewilderment, the words seemed to shift and rearrange themselves under the artificial light, playing tricks on my eyes. In the growing obscurity, I committed the verses to memory, their meanings settling in my mind with an uncanny familiarity, as if they had always resided there, waiting to be unearthed. The rhyme spoke of shadows walking alongside us, of memories dwelling in the interstices between moments, and of a melody only the walls could perceive. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that enigmatic wall, the verses haunting my dreams and surfacing in waking reveries. Other passers-by would pause, their fingertips caressing the bricks, their expressions distant as if attuned to a melody just beyond my grasp. As weeks unfolded, similar verses began appearing on other walls across the city, each connected like stanzas in an infinite poem, penned by an unseen collective. I documented each discovery, capturing blurred images that resisted clear depiction as if evading capture. Delving deeper into the mystery, my perception began to shift. Street sounds morphed into rhythmic melodies, traffic hums harmonized into distant choruses, and even the rain seemed to tap out messages in an ancient code. On quiet nights, I stood before the original wall where it all began, the verses suspended in that liminal space between reality and imagination. Others would join me, drawn by an inexplicable force, their silent presence echoing the same wonder that gripped me. The rhyme hinted at a time when cities were living entities, when walls held memories, and when streets sang with the echoes of countless souls passing through. Whispers of a hidden world, visible only to those who paused to listen, resonated through the verses. Some nights, a soft humming seemed to emanate from the very bricks themselves, a lullaby woven from urban echoes and forgotten dreams. With the changing seasons, the words adapted to their surroundings, shimmering in summer heat, flowing like liquid in autumn rains and crystallizing under winter frost. To this day, I visit the wall, though I've long since memorized every word of the rhyme. New lines occasionally appear, the family of handwriting styles expanding, evolving like a living entity. The mystery endures, intriguing each reader in a unique way, some departing with tranquil smiles, others carrying a pensive gaze that lingers. Many return, as I do, compelled by the unspoken promise of uncovering more within those ancient words. The enigma of the rhyme remains unsolved, and perhaps that is its enduring allure. In a world where technology and science unravel countless secrets, there is solace in the knowledge that some mysteries persist in the spaces between streetlights, in the whispers of brick and mortar, in the persistent allure of words that defy complete comprehension. As night descends and the city's nocturnal symphony unfolds, I ponder the unseen authors whose handwritings converge on the wall, wondering if they too wander these alleys, seeking the elusive melody hidden within the urban tapestry. Perhaps we have crossed paths, linked by invisible threads of shared understanding, all part of a story that continues to inscribe itself in the margins of our urban existence. Story 28. On a misty evening, I wandered along a creaking pier extending into a bay veiled in fog. The soft lapping of waves and the distant calls of seabirds accompanied me as a mysterious melody unfolded, a hidden symphony orchestrated by the wind and water. The salty scent of the sea mingled with the aged aroma of weathered wood, enveloping the pier in a cloak of nature's enigmatic serenade. With each step on the worn planks, the fog enveloped me like a gentle, gray embrace. The time-worn boards beneath my feet murmured softly with each movement, blending into the ethereal music resonating from unseen origins. It was a haunting yet soothing melody, akin to a forgotten lullaby played on invisible strings. The lanterns lining the pier cast amber pools of light through the mist, their halos swaying and dancing in the evening breeze. Amid their dim glow, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The railings seemed to vibrate subtly, as if in tune with the enigmatic music. When I touched the smooth, salt-weathered wood, a faint tremor reverberated through me, akin to the echo of a struck tuning fork. Here, time seemed to flow differently, with the outside world distant and muffled by the encompassing fog. As I ventured deeper into the mist, the symphony grew more intricate, evolving from a simple melody into a layered harmony. The wind whispered through unseen gaps, the water percussed against the pilings, and beneath it all, a distant harmony of voices sang in seamless accord. At the pier's end loomed an ancient gazebo, its Victorian design barely visible through the swirling mist. Like a ghost ship emerging from the haze, its weathered dome rose in silence. Approaching the gazebo, the mysterious music swelled to a gentle climax. The ornate railings resembled the pipes of an organ, each hollow post contributing its unique note to the ethereal composition. Inside, intricate patterns adorned the wooden ceiling, spirals and waves seeming to dance in the shifting lantern light. A weathered brass plaque, nearly eroded by time and salt air, bore the faint inscription, "In memory of the symphony," alongside a date from a bygone era. Seated on an old wooden bench within the gazebo, I became entranced by the music that continued to play. The fog enveloped me in a dance of light and shadow, conjuring ephemeral shapes that swirled in time with the melody. I found myself swaying gently, surrendering to the peaceful rhythm of this unexplainable performance. As night descended, the air retained an unexpected warmth, embracing me like a soft caress. The lantern light pulsed in harmony with the mysterious song, illuminating the carved patterns above in a mesmerizing display of light and shadow. In this twilight realm between reality and dream, I realized that the pier itself was a grand instrument, a weathered symphony played by nature's unseen hands. Every board, railing, and post had been placed not just for function, but for the music they would birth when touched by wind and wave. The worn plaque's message took on new significance. Perhaps this pier was not merely a docking place for ships, but a tribute to something long forgotten. Each evening, under the perfect conditions, it performed its symphony for any willing listener, a musical memorial etched in the sea's melodies. As I prepared to depart, the music followed, a fading echo that never vanished entirely. The fog parted, revealing a gentle path back to shore. Even on solid ground, the rhythm of that strange music lingered within me, a half-remembered dream. Sometimes, on misty evenings, I return to that pier where the symphony plays anew, ever-changing with the elements and the listeners. It remains a mystery best left unsolved, a reminder that life's beauty often lies in the unexplainable. The experience left me pondering. Was it a natural phenomenon, an acoustic anomaly born of wind and architecture? Or had I stumbled upon something extraordinary, a piece of history, preserved not in words, but in the eternal notes of a sea-born symphony? Story 29, along a rugged coastline, my eyes were captivated by an abandoned lighthouse confronting the crashing waves. It stood there, a stoic figure in faded red paint and crumbling stone, emanating a quiet sorrow that seemed to mourn lost sailors and forsaken dreams. Amidst the relentless howl of the wind and the briny scent of the sea, a soft, mournful whisper drifted out, a melancholic melody carried by the cloak of night. Compelled by an invisible force, I veered off the road, my car's headlights casting long shadows on the worn path leading to the lighthouse. Each step I took on the gravel was deliberate, the sound of my feet blending with the heavy evening air, saturated with memories and moisture. As twilight enveloped the landscape, wisps of mist twirled around the base of the tower, resembling ghostly tendrils reaching skyward. The door, unexpectedly unlocked, swung open with a mournful groan, its hinges emitting a low, sorrowful tune that harmonized with the whisper from before. Inside, the air was dense with the fragrance of ancient wood and sea salt, tinged with a faint sweetness, perhaps remnants of lamp oil lingering from bygone eras. Ascending the spiral staircase, my hand trailed along the cool metal railing, each footfall echoing with a hollow resonance. The wooden steps, polished smooth by generations of footsteps, creaked softly in acknowledgement of my presence. Through salt-crusted windows, I glimpsed the darkening sky painted in deep purples and blues, pulsating with an otherworldly aura. The keeper's quarters below the lantern room seemed suspended in time. Dust motes pirouetted in the beam of my flashlight, resembling miniature galaxies in motion. An open logbook sat on a simple wooden desk, its pages aged to a yellow hue, the final entry dated decades past. Yet it was the gentle sway of a rocking chair by the window that drew my focus, rocking ever so slightly despite the stillness of the air. It was then that I noticed the photographs. Adorning the walls were numerous images of the lighthouse at different times and seasons, all featuring the same figure on the gallery rail. A woman in a flowing dress, her gaze fixed upon the sea, her hair caught in a perpetual breeze. In each picture she appeared to be waiting, watching, yearning. The whisper intensified as I reached the lantern room, not quite a voice but a faint echo of one, carrying undertones of longing and patience. The colossal Fresnel lens dominated the circular space, its pristine prisms capturing the dwindling twilight and refracting it into myriad rainbow fragments. Oddly pristine for an abandoned structure, I mused. Enthralled by the rhythmic cadence of distant waves, I was startled by the emergence of a haunting melody. Clear and crystalline, it rose from within the lighthouse, evoking tears of beauty and sorrow in equal measure. Poignant tale of endless waiting, of lost ships, of love enduring beyond death. The air chilled abruptly, and a presence enveloped me, redolent of lavender and sea spray. In the lens's reflection, a woman in a pale dress materialized, her gaze fixed upon the horizon. But when I turned, she vanished, leaving behind only the fading strains of her song intertwined with the wind's whisper. Respectful of the profound melancholy that cloaked the place, I descended the staircase slowly, each step deliberate and reverent. The photographs now held a different allure, the woman's visage clearer, her expression a blend of hope and resignation. It dawned on me then that she wasn't trapped here. She had chosen to remain, keeping her eternal vigil. Seated in my car for an extended moment, I gazed up at the lighthouse as the first stars appeared overhead. The whisper lingered, no longer eerie, but rather a gentle reminder that some bonds transcend time, some obligations endure beyond the grave. Even now, years later, on tranquil nights when the wind carries a certain cadence, I catch echoes of that haunting melody. It invokes her image, standing unwavering in her lantern room, safeguarding lost sailors and illuminating the darkness. Not all haunted places seek to instill fear, I've realized. Some exist solely to underscore that love, duty, and memory wield a power that reverberates through eternity, akin to the soft strains of a whispered song. Story 30. High above the vibrant city below, a hidden sanctuary awaited my discovery. Tucked away on a forgotten rooftop, a secret garden bloomed under the soft glow of hidden lanterns. The air was filled with the mingled scents of fresh blossoms and city rain, creating an atmosphere of gentle magic where urban chaos met tranquil beauty. It was on a velvet autumn evening, as the leaves whispered their farewell to the trees, that I first caught sight of the ethereal light dancing in the distance. Like a beckoning whisper, it drew me closer, its mysterious radiance pulsing gently in the darkness. Night after night, I found myself captivated by the garden's enchanting luminescence, watching from afar until curiosity led me to uncover the hidden stairwell that ascended to this dreamlike realm. The metal door opened with a soft whisper, revealing a world suspended between reality and fantasy. Stepping onto the weathered wooden planks of the garden path, I was enveloped in a sense of wonder. Flowers of unearthly hues swayed in an unseen breeze, their petals emitting a soft glow that painted the air in pastel hues. Ancient lanterns cast a light that seemed to capture the essence of starlight in morning dew. As I wandered deeper into this enchanted space, I noticed the plants responding to my presence, their leaves turning to follow my every move. The air was thick with the perfume of night-blooming flowers, their forms shifting and changing, defying my attempts to fully grasp their beauty. Beside a tranquil pond where mysterious lights danced upon the water's surface, I knelt and watched as shapes moved beneath the rippling reflections. Time seemed to bend and sway in the garden, minutes stretching into hours as I lost myself in the peaceful ambience that surrounded me. Returning night after night, I found solace among the gentle lights and mystical plants, the soothing music of unseen origins playing at the edge of perception. Small objects left behind by unknown visitors hinted at the garden's shared secrets, though I never encountered another soul in this ethereal space. Seasons came and went, each bringing its own peculiar transformations to the garden. Flowers bloomed in defiance of natural laws, leaves danced out of season, yet the gentle glow that first drew me remained constant, a beacon of tranquility in a chaotic world. In this sanctuary high above the bustling city, I learned to embrace the mysteries that surrounded me, to find peace in the questions left unanswered. The garden became my refuge, a place where time flowed like honey and reality blurred with dreams. Among the luminescent blooms, I glimpsed reflections of other hidden havens, similar sanctuaries existing on the border between the known and the unknown. I came to believe that this rooftop garden was but one of many secret oases waiting to be discovered by those in need. The heartbeat of the night sky pulsed with a gentle rhythm, calling out to others as it once called to me. And though the true nature of its magic eluded me, I found solace in the acceptance of the unknown, in the beauty of the unexplained. In this enchanted space above the city, I found that true peace comes not from seeking answers, but from embracing the mysteries that surround us. And as I sat among the gentle lights and whispered melodies, I knew that some secrets are meant to be lived, not understood, their beauty a reminder of the wonder that lies beyond our everyday lives. Story 31. On a misty night by the coast, I ventured to a deserted pier that extended into the murky, restless waters. Etched into a worn beam were intricate symbols, softly glowing under the moon's pale gaze. The briny breeze carried a whisper of enigma, and as my fingers followed the marks, I sensed a connection to a long-buried secret beneath the waves. The gentle rhythm of waves caressing weathered pillars entranced me, drawing me into deep contemplation. Standing there, I felt the aged wood beneath me murmur with each step, echoing the footsteps of time gone by. The air held a heavy blend of salt and damp wood, infused with an essence of antiquity, evoking memories of ancient tomes and forgotten chambers. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier by an inexplicable force. Each visit unveiled new intricacies within the mysterious symbols' curves that seemed to dance in the moon's glow, lines that wove different tales with the changing tide. The soft creak of the planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure daring to breach its realm. During my fifth visit, a peculiar discovery awaited me. The air around the marked beam carried a warmth distinct from the cool breeze enveloping the pier. When my hand met the wood, a gentle pulsing warmth synchronized with my heartbeat, akin to cradling a cup of perpetually warm tea. The fog often thickened as I studied the symbols, wrapping me in a comforting embrace where time flowed in a different cadence. Amidst the muffled sounds, a faint humming seemed to rise from beneath the pier, harmonizing with the ocean's song. One serene night, as I sat near the marked beam, I noticed the water below had stilled to a mirror-like surface, reflecting the moon's radiance with eerie clarity. Beneath that polished faade, shadows glided purposefully, their forms elusive yet captivating. The symbols began to weave their way into my dreams, transforming into maps of uncharted lands or shifting beneath my touch like living script. Keeping a journal, I sketched the symbols as they revealed themselves each night, noting their subtle shifts with the lunar phases. Weeks passed, and I found that other visitors remained oblivious to the markings, their gazes sliding past the beam as if it were mere wood weathered by time. Even my attempts to draw attention to the symbols were met with polite nods and swift changes of topic. The turning point arrived with the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols emitted a gentle phosphorescence, casting a luminous blue-green glow that rippled like underwater currents. The warm pulse within the wood intensified, and the subterranean humming grew clearer, carrying melodic notes resembling a language lost to time. Objects began appearing near the marked beam's smooth stones adorned with spirals, iridescent shell fragments radiating inner light, strands of silver seaweed drying into delicate patterns. Each item felt like a message, though their meaning eluded me. Now, as I pen these words, I comprehend that I've become entwined with the enigma that resides here. The symbols have transcended the pier, manifesting in condensation on mirrors, rain patterns on windows, and cream swirls in morning coffee. They no longer seem like mere symbols, but a dialogue slowly unraveling before me. The pier has transformed into a threshold, a boundary between the known and the mysterious. The subtle mystique of the markings continues to unfurl, never fully revealing itself, but offering morsels to keep me returning under the night's cloak. It's a place where the ordinary converges with the arcane, inviting me to embrace uncertainty and the allure of the unknown. I've learned to find solace in the enigmatic, to accept the gentle beckoning of mysteries that defy resolution. As I sit here now, enveloped by rolling fog and feeling the familiar pulse beneath my touch, I acknowledge that my role is not to decipher this enigma, but to become part of its ongoing narrative. I add my own chapter to the ancient tale whispered in this liminal space where land meets sea, where the past intertwines with the present, and where the depths of mystery patiently await discovery. Story 32. On a murky afternoon, I ventured into a deserted quarry at the edge of a tranquil town. The expansive space resonated with faint, eerie whispers as the wind caressed jagged rocks and concealed crevices. The cool essence of age-old stone and lingering dampness hung in the air, creating a clandestine dialogue between the quarry and time, prompting me to ponder the enigmas witnessed by these silent walls. Venturing deeper into the quarry, my footsteps reverberated softly along weathered stone pathways. Each step stirred up wisps of pale dust that pirouetted in the muted light filtering through the overcast sky. The atmosphere grew noticeably cooler as I descended, carrying a mysterious sweetness that evoked the scent of rain-soaked blossoms. Abandoned places had always intrigued me, yet this quarry exuded a unique energy, a gentle pulsation seeming to emanate from its very core. The towering stone walls, resembling ancient sentinels, bore the marks of years of human toil, but now they whispered of something far more ancient, far more profound. Turning a corner, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Nestled against one wall, partly obscured by climbing vines, stood an aged wooden door. Its surface, weathered to a soft gray, appeared surprisingly well preserved despite its apparent antiquity. What struck me most was not the door's unexpected presence, but the rhythmic movement of the vines surrounding it, not swaying with the wind, but undulating in a slow, deliberate manner, as if breathing. Approaching cautiously, I brushed my fingers against the cool stone wall beside it. The sweet fragrance in the air intensified, mingling with an earthy undertone reminiscent of freshly turned soil. Standing there, I noticed subtle shifts in the quarry's ambience. The natural echo seemed to transform, acquiring an almost musical quality. It was as though the very stone hummed a melody just beyond the threshold of conscious hearing. The door lacked a handle, only a smooth, worn surface where one might have been. Upon closer inspection, intricate patterns adorn the wood's spirals and curves that seem to shift and transform when viewed from different angles, creating an endless dance of geometric elegance. Time seemed to flow differently in that space. The overcast sky had darkened imperceptibly, leaving me uncertain whether minutes or hours had slipped by. The quarry's whispers had intensified, though their meaning remained elusive, akin to distant conversations overheard through walls, the rhythm of speech without the clarity of words. Mesmerized, I found myself seated on a smooth boulder near the door, captivated by the gentle sway of the vines and the steady pulse of unearthly energy that permeated the place. As twilight descended, faint points of light emerged from deep crevices in the quarry walls. Too dim to illuminate their surroundings, they moved purposefully, like stars shifting in a celestial stone sky. Their movements mirrored the carvings on the wooden door, creating a silent dialogue between light and shadow. The sweet fragrance grew more pronounced, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, as if the very air had thickened to cradle my body. The quarry's murmurs evolved into a gentle symphony of stone and wind, punctuated by enigmatic sounds resembling footsteps or heartbeats, or perhaps both. Upon preparing to depart, I noticed a subtle change. The door, though still present, had shifted slightly, revealing a thin line of warm light along its edge. The vines continued their rhythmic motion, but now they seemed to elongate slowly, reaching out with delicate tendrils that faintly glowed in the encroaching darkness. I refrained from touching the door that day, yet I have revisited the quarry countless times since. I often linger for hours, observing the interplay of light and shadow, listening to the whispered secrets of the stone. The door remains, static yet ever-changing in subtle ways that elude precise comprehension. What lies beyond it? The question lingers in quiet moments, but I have come to accept that some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved. The quarry guards its secrets, divulging them only in whispers and hints, in the gentle dance of vines and the soft gleam of concealed lights. Perhaps the true enchantment lies not in unveiling what lies behind the door, but in contemplation of its mere existence. In my dreams, I frequently return to that spot, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath me and the caress of the cool air on my skin. The quarry's murmurs accompany me into slumber, a soothing melody of stone and time, reminding me that certain places exist in the liminal spaces between knowledge and imagination, between sight and emotion. The door remains, nestled amidst breathing vines, neither beckoning nor forbidding entry. And the quarry continues its ancient discourse with time, speaking in whispers and lights, in shadows and scents, imparting tales to those willing to listen with an open heart and a tranquil mind. Story 33. In the depths of my attic, amidst a sea of forgotten treasures, I stumbled upon a weathered album housing a lost memory. A faded photograph nestled within its pages, capturing a moment from a bygone era, seemed to hold a whispered tale waiting to be unraveled. As I peered at the image, the scene appeared to shift subtly, as if alive with hidden secrets. The air around me filled with the nostalgic fragrance of old roses and aged parchment, enveloping me in a cocoon of time. Could it be that the figures frozen in time within the picture yearned to convey a long-forgotten narrative? The dwindling rays of the late afternoon sun filtered through the dusty attic window, casting a warm, golden hue over the creaking wooden floorboards beneath me. Nestling into a worn rocking chair, the rhythmic creaking beneath me lulled me into a tranquil state. My fingertips delicately traced the frayed edges of the photograph, each imperfection a tactile connection to the past. The image unfolded a scene of a genteel garden party, a relic of more elegant times. Ladies draped in flowing dresses and gentlemen adorned in their finery stood captured in a moment of revelry, their smiles holding enigmatic truths. In the backdrop loomed a stately Victorian manor, its windows reflecting the setting sun of that distant evening. Yet, amidst the frozen joy, one figure beckoned my gaze. A woman clad in a pearl-white gown stood slightly apart from the group, her gaze fixed upon the camera with an inscrutable expression. A chill brushed my skin, and the scent of roses intensified as I studied her visage. Closing my eyes briefly, I surrendered to the attic's serene embrace. Upon opening my eyes, a subtle shift had transpired. The light within the photograph seemed to pulsate with a newfound warmth, the woman in white now extending her hand towards an unseen mystery just beyond the frame. Enthralled, I delved deeper into the captivating tableau. The ambient sounds metamorphosed around me, the rocking chair's creak melded with a distant melody akin to vintage gramophone tunes. The fragrance of roses mingled with notes of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries, evoking a sensory symphony that blurred the boundaries of time. As I fixated on the photograph, the division between past and present blurred, breathing life into the figures frozen within. The woman in the pearl-white gown took on a vivid form, a pendant around her neck catching the light in ethereal gleams. The attic's temperature dwindled, prompting me to draw my sweater closer. Shadows danced across the attic as the photograph retained its ethereal luminescence, revealing intricate details previously unseen. A teacup poised on a garden table, a butterfly suspended mid-flight, its delicate wings quivering as if touched by an unseen zephyr. Time wavered as I sat, swaying gently in my chair. The woman's eyes seemed to lock with mine across the expanse of years, conveying an unspoken message. The pendant glimmered, akin to one nestled in my grandmother's jewelry box, forging a silent connection. Dusk descended upon the attic, dimming the light but preserving the photograph's gentle radiance. The woman's outstretched hand now pointed towards a small door within the manor's background, igniting my curiosity about the secrets it harbored. The distant melody, now clearer, hinted at a waltz playing on the edge of perception, as the garden party guests seemed to sway in perpetual dance. The woman in the pearl-white gown remained motionless, her enigmatic smile guarding a hidden truth. A resemblance to my grandmother in her youth dawned upon me, triggering a flood of reminiscences, tales of garden soirees, twilight melodies, and enigmatic enigmas lost to time. As night descended beyond the attic window, the photograph gradually reverted to its original state, the figures frozen once more, the melody receding like an ebbing tide. Only the lingering essence of roses lingered, mingling with the musty attic air. Gently returning the photograph to its sanctuary within the album, I descended the attic stairs, the weight of my grandmother's pendant a comforting presence against my chest. In the tranquil evening, echoes of a distant waltz whispered in the air, tugging at the threads of time's enigmatic tapestry. Some mysteries, I realized, are best left unsolved, drifting as gentle whispers between the realms of reality and imagination. The woman in the pearl-white gown had imparted her secret, a fleeting glimpse into a world suspended in time. And perhaps in the quiet recesses of memory, such stories are meant to flicker like candle flames, illuminating fleeting moments before fading into the soft embrace of twilight. Story 34. As I sifted through a collection of neglected art supplies tucked away in a cozy thrift store, my fingertips brushed against a weathered sketchbook. Within its battered covers lay a treasure trove of intricate blueprints, each page telling a silent tale of an enigmatic structure waiting to be discovered. The scent of graphite and aged paper wafted up, drawing me into a world where art and mystery danced hand in hand. Night after night in the quiet sanctuary of my dimly lit study, I found myself captivated by the detailed drawings that adorned the yellowed pages. The gentle patter of rain against my window created a soothing symphony, setting the stage for my exploration of the hidden blueprints. With the soft glow of my desk lamp casting delicate shadows across the paper, I traced my fingers over the mysterious lines, each curve and angle beckoning me to unravel its secrets. The more I studied the blueprints, the more I realized that they defied the laws of conventional architecture. Curved corridors twisted upon themselves, staircases led to impossible rooms, and windows captured light from inexplicable angles. Yet amidst this architectural enigma, every line was meticulously drawn, every annotation in a script that bordered on the edge of artistry. But it was the marginal notes that whispered the true mysteries to me. Fragments of faded ink spoke of threshold spaces and liminal architecture, concepts that tugged at the edges of my imagination, inviting me to delve deeper into the unknown. Rooms existing between moments, doorways opening into the spaces we usually dream past, these phrases lingered in the air like a forgotten melody. In the hush of those tranquil evenings, I found solace in sketching my own interpretations of the designs, a silent dialogue between my pencil and the paper. The scratching sound became a meditative rhythm, guiding me through the labyrinth of mysterious geometries that seemed to blur the line between reality and dream. With each passing night, my perception of space shifted subtly. Shadows deepened, corners curved imperceptibly, and the whispers of my home's settling sounds took on a new significance, as if they too were speaking the language of the mysterious blueprints. One fateful night, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight, I uncovered a hidden sequence of numbers within the intricate borders of the pages. They wove a pattern that resonated with a beauty akin to poetry, a mathematical symphony etched in the very fabric of the architecture. In the weeks that followed, the structure from the blueprints began to seep into my dreams, a hauntingly beautiful realm where corridors shifted beneath my feet and a central chamber beckoned with symbols that danced between the realms of science and art. This chamber, designed to harmonize with the resonance of liminal spaces, became the focal point of my sketches, each iteration a fleeting attempt to capture its elusive essence. And now, as I sit in the quiet embrace of my study, surrounded by the whispers of my own creations and the enigmatic blueprints, I cannot help but feel a sense of wonder at the mysteries that still lie shrouded in shadows. The rain outside continues its gentle symphony, punctuated by the occasional flash of lightning that sends the shadows in my room pulsating with life. In these moments of perfect stillness, when the branches outside align with the angles of the blueprints, I am reminded that some secrets are meant to remain untouched, like a half-forgotten dream that leaves a lingering sense of peace upon waking. The identity of the original architect may remain a mystery, but their presence lingers in every line, every thought, guiding me through the uncharted territories of the mind. And so, as I pen down these words by lamplight, I feel the weight of the sketchbook resting on my desk, its pages still whispering untold tales of a world beyond our own. I have come to embrace the mystery, to find solace in the unanswered questions that dance on the edges of perception, like shadows playing in the flickering light. The story of the blueprints remains a symphony of silence, a melody of the unknown that lulls me into a peaceful slumber, where dreams and reality intertwine in the quiet spaces between thoughts. Story 35. In the cozy, welcoming atmosphere of my cherished coffee spot on a rainy morning, a neatly folded note caught my eye on the table. The paper, pristine and adorned with elegant, unfamiliar script, carried a delicate hint of lavender blended with the aroma of coffee. As I delved into its enigmatic message, a mysterious chill traversed my spine. This was no mere coincidence, but a purposeful clue to a concealed enigma within the ordinary. The note's contents were straightforward yet enigmatic. Search for the woman draped in a pearl gray coat. She graces us every Tuesday at precisely 9:17 a.m. She never indulges in any orders. She never engages in conversation, yet she unfailingly leaves something behind. Intrigued, I felt compelled to return to the cafe every Tuesday, lured by an inexplicable fascination. The gentle patter of rain against the windows became my constant companion, weaving a tranquil melody as I quietly observed. The familiar blend of freshly ground coffee beans and the comforting warmth of baked goods enveloped me in a cozy embrace as I patiently awaited her arrival. On the initial Tuesday, I arrived early, selecting a secluded corner table affording a clear view of both entrances. The morning clientele ebbed and flowed, their subdued conversations and the soft clinks of ceramic cups melding into a peaceful symphony. My focus oscillated between the antique clock's rhythmic ticking on the wall and each new entrant. Precisely at 9:17, she materialized. Clad in her perfectly draped pearl gray coat, the fabric seemed to absorb and reflect the soft lighting in equal measure. Her presence was both solid and ethereal, akin to morning mist bathed in sunlight. With deliberate grace, she navigated to the same window-side table on every occasion. Though her face remained partially veiled beneath a wide-brimmed hat, her hands were visible, graceful, weathered, adorned with a solitary silver ring on her right index finger. Week after week, I witnessed her ritual unfold with meticulous regularity. She would sit for exactly 7 minutes, her posture impeccable, hands serenely folded in her lap. True to the note's description, she never placed an order or acknowledged anyone. Yet I began to discern the tiny mementos she discreetly left behind: a vintage button, a pressed flower, an ancient compass with a cracked face but a needle that spun with an uncanny vigor. The cafe staff appeared oblivious to these objects. When I inquired about the woman, their gaze would slightly glaze over, swiftly changing the subject, as if she existed within a blind spot of their awareness. Each item she left behind seemed to pulsate with a subtle energy, narrating fragments of a story I struggled to piece together. One rainy Tuesday, I entered to find her seated at my usual spot. Her gaze turned in my direction, and though her features remained obscure, I sensed her acknowledgement of my presence. Before her lay an aged leather-bound journal, its pages tinged with the patina of time. With a subtle nod, she indicated the chair opposite her. As I settled in, the cafe's ambient sounds seemed to fade into a distant murmur. The space between us crackled with latent potential, akin to the pregnant pause before lightning strikes. Her voice broke the silence, carrying the whispering quality of autumn leaves dancing in a gentle breeze. "You've been observing," she remarked, more a statement than a query. "Few still discern the patterns. Even fewer take the time to watch, to ponder, to question the interstices between moments." Flipping open the journal, she unveiled pages adorned with the same elegant script from the initial note. "Time eludes conventional understanding," she continued, her fingers tracing the lines of text. "It folds and unfurls like origami, harboring pockets where enigmas congregate. Some of us traverse these folds, collecting what lodges in the creases." The journal featured sketches of the objects she had been leaving behind, each illustration accompanied by coordinates, dates, and enigmatic annotations that appeared to shift and transform when viewed from varying angles. "Why me?" I ventured, my voice barely above a whisper. She offered a faint smile, her countenance still veiled. "You possess the patience for patterns, the capacity to dwell in uncertainty sans demanding resolutions. Most crucially, you grasp that certain mysteries merit experience over solution." Rising to her feet, she left the journal on the table. "It's your turn now," she murmured softly. "Watch for those who heed the patterns. Leave them breadcrumbs back to wonder." When I glanced up from the journal, she had vanished. The cafe's ambient sounds flooded back in like a gentle tide. The rain continued its steady cadence against the windows, and the fragrance of coffee lingered in the air. The journal remained tangible and substantial beneath my touch, its pages now filled with blank spaces where the writing once resided. Every Tuesday at 9:17 a.m., I faithfully return to the coffee haven. Occasionally, I glimpse others like myself, quietly observing. At times, I discreetly leave behind small tokens of vintage key, a pressed leaf, a fragment of sea glass worn smooth by time. I witness their discovery of these artifacts, observing the spark of curiosity igniting in their eyes. The woman in the pearl gray coat never reappeared, yet her essence lingers in the serene interludes between heartbeats, in the gentle rain against the windows, in the ethereal swirl of steam ascending from coffee cups. I've come to realize that some mysteries require no unraveling. They demand witness, reverence, and transmission, akin to whispered secrets in the intervals between seconds. Story 36. One somber afternoon, a peculiar discovery awaited me amidst the stack of mundane mail and unmarked envelope, its presence a silent mystery. With hesitant fingers, I unfolded the aged paper within, revealing words etched in careful script that seemed to beckon memories from a realm beyond my own. The air suddenly filled with a subtle perfume of antiquity, a blend of musty ink and fragrant lavender, weaving a spell of intrigue around me. It was as though the past itself had materialized in my humble abode, urging me to question the very foundations of my existence. The paper, delicate and weathered at its edges, whispered secrets of bygone days as raindrops tapped a gentle melody against the window, harmonizing with the rhythm of my own beating heart. The warm embrace of lamplight enveloped the room, casting an amber glow that danced upon the elegant words before me, each letter a flickering flame in the dimness. "My dearest friend," the letter's opening words resonated, stirring echoes of a summer sanctuary hitherto unknown to me. Despite my puzzling lack of recollection, the narrative painted vivid scenes of sun-kissed afternoons and the distant serenade of waves caressing a shore. Beside me, the crackling fireplace whispered reassurance, a steadfast companion as I delved deeper into the enigmatic missive. Each sentence acted as a key, unlocking chambers of memory both alien and intimately familiar, the tang of sea salt on the breeze, the cool touch of polished floorboards beneath bare feet, the whisper of cotton curtains swaying in a breeze. Tea in delicate china cups adorned with azure blooms, conversations in a garden frozen in eternal bloom, and a tantalizing mystery shrouding a locked room on the uppermost floor painted a portrait of a life I had never lived yet felt intertwined with my own. As the narrative unfolded, my feline companion nestled in my lap, her purrs a grounding melody amidst the ethereal recollections flooding my consciousness. The graceful penmanship continued its tale, weaving a tapestry of misty gardens, flickering candlelit shadows and phantom melodies that seemed to resonate within the very walls of my dwelling. The creak of my home's wooden floors harmonized with the whispered memories, blurring the line between reality and the enigmatic past described in the letter. The scent of lavender, once confined to the paper, now permeated the chamber, carrying with it the weight of memories that seemed to belong to another soul, or did they? Shared secrets, silent compacts, and a locket housing a spectral image of two unknown figures tugged at threads of remembrance I could not grasp. The rain outside murmured cryptic secrets, weaving a symphony of nature's whispers into the unfolding mystery. The letter painted scenes of rainy days spent in a library where ancient tomes held secrets that defied logic, their essence lingering in the air like a half-remembered dream. As I approached the letter's conclusion, the ink itself seemed to waver, as if the words were on the verge of dissolving into the ether of memory. The writer's final words echoed a truth that resonated deep within my being, that memories are fluid, ever-shifting narratives we choose to embrace or discard. A choice made under a moonlit sky, a ritual that altered the very fabric of reality, lingered in the letter's closing lines like a spectral whisper. With a sense of both finality and renewal, the letter signed with an elusive initial left me pondering the nature of my own existence. As I folded the paper, returning it to its time-worn sanctuary, a flicker of recognition in the window's reflection hinted at a presence just beyond reach, a phantom self, a hidden mirror of my soul. As the rain's lullaby faded into the night and the scent of lavender dispersed into the ether, I settled into my favorite armchair, embracing the enigma of memories both real and imagined. The distant murmur of waves and piano keys serenaded my descent into slumber, the phantom weight of a non-existent locket a comforting weight against my skin. And in that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, I surrendered to the mysteries woven within the tapestry of my own consciousness. Story 37. In the hush of a solitary stroll near the fringe of a thick forest, a faint, almost imperceptible howl stirred me from reverie, as if a gentle ripple through the lofty treetops. The crisp aroma of pine and moist earth lingered in the air, beckoning me to peer into the dim expanse of woods where that eerie sound whispered secrets beyond the reach of light. Sunlight filtered through the leafy canopy, casting playful shadows that waltzed upon the forest floor. Each footfall deeper into the woods was met with a satisfying crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot. The atmosphere thickened, laden with the fragrance of moss and decay, yet a refreshing earthiness enveloped me. An unexplainable tug drew me onward, curiosity overpowering any hint of unease. Progressing, the familiar sounds of the outside world gradually faded, replaced by the pronounced rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, orchestrating a soft, whispered symphony. Fleeting movements caught my eye, vanishing upon each glance, leaving only swaying boughs and shifting shadows in their wake. The howl echoed once more, barely audible, perhaps a figment of imagination. This time it carried a different essence, akin to a melody woven into the wind, The forest fell silent as though holding its breath. Birds ceased their tunes, insects quieted. In the stillness, a subtle energy vibrated in the air, causing the hair on my arms to prickle. A clearing emerged, encircled by trees around a serene pond. The water mirrored the cloudy sky, undisturbed by a single ripple. Drawing near, I noticed a peculiarity in my reflection. It lagged behind my movements, struggling to keep pace with reality. The air chilled, prompting me to pull my jacket snug. Mist began to rise, delicate tendrils curling around my ankles, cool and velvety against my skin. The mist exuded a soft, pulsating glow, almost luminescent, in harmony with the forest's breath. By the pond's edge, shapes moved within the mist, elusive forms that vanished upon direct gaze. They resembled deer, yet ethereal, their fluid motions defying nature. The howl returned, nearer now, retaining its spectral softness, seeming to emanate from all directions at once, a haunting call of the forest itself. I swayed slightly, ensnared in a gentle trance. The boundary between realms blurred with each passing moment. Trees leaned in, branches reaching toward the clearing like curious onlookers. In their gnarled silhouettes, ancient, wise faces seemed to observe my every move with patient interest. Time lost significance. Though the light remained constant, hours must have slipped by unnoticed. The mist thickened, enveloping the clearing in a swirling sea of white. The howl sounded again, not a howl but a melody, an ancient tune revealing buried earthy secrets, mysteries predating human footsteps in these woods. Suspended between wakefulness and dream, I sensed a presence behind me. The air shifted, carrying scents of wild blossoms and early frost. Instinct urged me to turn, to confront the unknown, yet my body remained still. Fear or a deeper wisdom rooted me in place. The presence drew nearer, enveloping me in profound tranquility. The forest exhaled, ancient whispers in forgotten tongues encircling me. In that fleeting moment, I grasped the rarity and worth of this pocket of the world where the veil between known and unknown wore thin. I never glanced back. Instead, I shut my eyes, absorbing the forest's song. When I reopened them, the mist had retreated. The clearing appeared ordinary once more. Yet as I retraced my steps through the woods, I carried the certainty of encountering something extraordinary, forever altering my perception of the world. Even now, on tranquil nights when the wind caresses the trees, I catch echoes of that distant, silent howl. It beckons like a half-remembered dream, a reminder of the enigmatic realms awaiting those willing to heed their song. Story 38. On a typical evening interrupted by a sudden downpour, I sought shelter beneath an awning as raindrops drummed a soothing melody on the pavement. Amidst the storm's symphony, a faint whisper reached my ears, carrying a message of quiet urgency. The air was cool and damp, filled with the invigorating aroma of fresh rain and distant thunder, while the whispered words hinted at enigmatic truths yearning to be unveiled. Transfixed by the rhythmic cadence of raindrops on the canvas above, I heard the whisper once more, clearer this time, as though spoken just behind me. Turning, I discovered nothing but empty space and the encroaching twilight. The street lamps flickered to life, casting a gentle glow that formed halos in the misty atmosphere. The voice beckoned me forward, drawing me towards a narrow alley nestled between weathered brick buildings. Normally, I would have dismissed such a peculiar urge, but this evening held an inexplicable allure. The whisper bore no malice, only a tender insistence reminiscent of my grandmother's bedtime stories. With cautious steps, I ventured into the alley, the rain now a soft mist caressing my skin. The brick walls exuded warmth, as if they harbored the essence of centuries of sunlight, slowly releasing it into the night. My footsteps created soft splashes in the shallow puddles, casting mesmerizing patterns of light. The alley led to a secluded courtyard, shielded from the outside world by ancient structures. At its heart stood a weathered fountain, its smooth stone testament to the passage of time. Water trickled from its spout, harmonizing with the rain in a melodic symphony. The whispers seemed to emanate from the fountain itself, growing stronger as I approached. Clusters of small blue flowers encircled the base, their petals emitting a mystical glow that pulsed in harmony with the falling water. These flowers, both ancient and freshly bloomed, seemed to exist outside of conventional time. Kneeling beside the fountain, I felt a surge of recognition, drawn inexplicably to its surface etched with faded markings resembling inscriptions of an unknown language. As my fingers traced the symbols, they shifted and transformed beneath my touch like fleeting words on water. The whisper evolved into coherent phrases, speaking of memories, promises, and the cyclical nature of time mirrored in the fountain's eternal flow. Amidst the reflections in the pool, I glimpsed ephemeral images of past visitors, their presence echoing through the ages. Each vision dissipated like morning mist, leaving behind a faint impression of lives intertwined with this hidden sanctuary. The blue flowers continued their gentle pulsing, casting ethereal shadows that danced across the courtyard. Time seemed to slow within this secluded space, flowing like honey, sweet and unhurried. Enveloped by the whispers, I felt a serene comfort akin to a childhood lullaby half remembered. The rain continued its gentle descent, creating a veil that separated me from the outside world, cocooning me in a realm of mystery and tranquility. As I prepared to depart, a lone blue flower detached itself, drifting into my outstretched palm. Its once vibrant glow now subdued, yet retaining its intrinsic beauty. The whispers faded as I retraced my steps through the alley, yet their presence lingered like a soft embrace. Emerging onto the street, I found the rain had ceased, though the air remained laden with moisture. The familiar glow of street lamps illuminated the wet pavement, signaling the return to normalcy. Though outwardly unchanged, I knew within me a transformation had occurred, a subtle shift brought about by the enigmatic allure of that hidden courtyard. On rainy evenings, a faint echo of the whispers still reaches me, carried on the wind like a secret shared between kindred spirits. The blue flower now rests on my windowsill, appearing unremarkable to casual observers. Yet in the stillness of night, it emanates a gentle light that serves as a reminder of promises whispered in the rain, of mysteries waiting to be unraveled by those attuned to the subtle whispers of the storm.